fast. When that cuts a little slow.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for coming. I'm going to call this meeting to order of the Torkel City Planning Commission meeting on May 13th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you all for coming, and we appreciate you coming. And we ask you to maybe silence your phones, but you can use them. And don't text bad things about me, but. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and has Commissioner Christensen to start us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Everybody, please stand and remove your hats. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have Commissioner Harrison give us opening prayer.
Before I pray, I just want to give a quick statement of gratitude. I'm grateful for Tokerville, for those who have gone before us, for all the administrators and elected officials who work so tirelessly in our behalf, including everyone here on the Planning Commission. Okay, let's go ahead and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight. We're grateful for our wonderful city of Tokerville, for all the citizens of Tokerville and those that serve here. We're grateful for this meeting and for those who have come to voice their opinions. We ask that thy spirit be with us, that we as a commission will be able to make wise and thoughtful decisions, and according to our city code and according to the other parameters we have for our decisions. And these things we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I love this nation and love this city. And now if somebody else has a statement of belief that they want to share, we would give them some time to give that statement of belief. Thank you. I appreciate it. Approval of the agenda and approval of the agenda order. Do we have any comments or concerns and things like that?
I have a bit of a concern on the agenda order, only because I have never seen it done like this before, where we have all the hearings first and then the deliberations and the decisions last. Typically and traditionally, the whole time I've been on the Planning Commission, it's always been done each item separately. In other words, you have the hearing, and then after the hearing, you close the hearing, and then you have deliberation and discussion on the council, and then a motion, and then a vote. I think it serves everyone better to stick with that traditional way of doing it. I don't know why it was done this way. My only guess is that we have 10 items on the agenda, and maybe they were thinking we could get through it more quickly doing it this way, but it really is best practices to do it the traditional way. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that.
I agree. It was one of the first things I noticed when I looked at the agenda, not understanding why it was changed, but assuming that it was, per time constraints. But I think it's really important that the public gets a chance to comment based on our discussions and any documentation that the Planning Commission may have in our packet that may have been added potentially. But I think it's really important that we keep it in the way that we always have.
One thing of note too is I think that doing it the traditional way provides a lot more transparency, because we're all on the same ticket there. Like, we're on item 1, we have the public comments, and then we discuss the business at hand based on those comments sometimes, and then we make a decision, and then we move to the next item. If we had to have the whole public comment first and then do all the discussions and decisions at the end, that loads it heavy at the end. It really does. It's a large backlog, and it could lead to oversight. Just because we're human and we're not perfect, right? It's really difficult to remember everything, to remember all the comments earlier in the first half of the meeting, and then we go to the discussion and the decision. Are you guys following me?
I follow you, but kind of thinking maybe I test drive this and see if I like it or not.
Okay, I mean, everybody's welcome to their opinion on this. That's just how I felt when I first looked at it. I don't know, Emily, do you have some, I mean, was it,
Yeah, I received some direction to switch it up just to see if we could get through them faster. Oftentimes we forget to open the public hearing because we kind of get into a dialogue, or the public hearing becomes a dialogue when it's really should be just to hear comments. So it was just something to try. It's Dean's agenda.
okay, but trying it on a night when we're loaded with 10 items, that seems kind of difficult. Do you agree? I mean, what, legal counsel, what's your thought on this? Because I know that it's actually a legal protection to follow the traditional way of doing it.
Either way works. You need a public hearing and then you need deliberation, whether you do it
Yeah,
batched all together as a public hearing and then deliberation batched together, or you do it piecemeal, one at a time.
yeah, okay. I mean,
Legally, it makes no difference. It's your preference, I guess.
So can we change this with a motion to open the public hearing and then go to the item for the business right after that public hearing?
Can I add before we make a motion? Sorry. I would like to move what's currently on the agenda is item number 10. I would like to move that up forward to possibly item number 2.
I have an opinion on that too. Item 10 surprised me. And frankly, it shocked me a little. And so I agree with that. I'd rather move that up and get it out of the way so we can focus on all the other business at hand afterward.
Are you talking about item 10 under business?
Yes, item
No,
10
no.
is, oh, no.
No,
It's,
I intend to resist.
item 10 is to add to the city code a provision for establishing a process for the removal of any planning commission member.
Yeah, that's.
And we are the planning commission. This is our meeting. This affects us directly. So I would like to pay attention to that early on in the meeting and get it handled.
Let me just add on that one. The current,
Okay,
the Land Use Management Act, for short LUDMA, the state statute that creates planning commissions and all that, states that there needs to be a process for the creation and appointment and removal of commission members. Your ordinance does the first things, but not the last thing. It's silent on.
yeah, definitely. I know that our ordinance lacks that and we do need to add it. I agree with that.
So
I'm fine with it being 10th, however, as long as we address it. I don't think the order is
Yeah.
too critical. That's,
And that's not a matter for public hearing.
Right.
And so, again, it's your agenda.
Is it
But
on,
maybe-
it is on the public hearing.
Oh, is it in the public
It
hearing?
is,
Oh,
It
okay, I didn't
is.
see it.
Just because it's in our land use code.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So
Emily,
actually, everything's a public hearing tonight, so.
got it.
So, planning commissioners, it's up to you.
I'm good with leaving it. It can go either way. I'm indifferent. That's my opinion.
Okay.
my
Well-
preference is to combine the public hearings and each item together so we can discuss them and then vote on them before we move to the next point.
That's my preference.
On that as well.
Yeah, okay. So I guess someone needs to make a motion for both of
Do
those.
we have a motion to
Okay.
adjust the agenda?
Yes, I will make a motion to adjust the agenda for tonight to move the public hearings so that they're individually attached to each of the 10 items, and also to move current item number 10 in regards to the process of removing a planning commissioner to further up, and I'm just going to propose item number 2.
Do we have a second discussion?
I second that.
We have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so let's go to consent agenda. Review possible approval of the meeting minutes of April 8th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. Have you had a chance to read the minutes and any corrections, deletions, additions? Do we have a motion?
I move that we accepted the minutes from April 8th, 2026.
I second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't present.
One abstention. Okay. So we'll go to item D1.
Excuse me, I'd like to pause. I think we skipped over item A4, disclosures and declarations.
I am sorry, we did. Let's go back to A for disclosures and declarations of conflicts from any commissioner meeting members. So tonight on the agenda, does anybody feel that they have a conflict?
No.
No?
I think we're okay there? Okay. So we'll jump back down to D1, preliminary plat application for phase 1 through 3 of residential planning area 11, PA 11 within the Firelight MPDO tax ID number T-3-1-11-340, T-3-1-11-342, T-3-1-11-330, T-182-A, and T-182-B, and T-1237. So through this, staff, do you guys want to do an introduction of what this is about?
Yeah,
And
this
then
is-
we'll open it up for a public hearing.
This is a preliminary plat application for the first 3 phases of residential planning area 11 within the Firelight MPDO. As most of you who are here for this probably know, it's right here on the other side of Mulberry. So this planning area includes the connection of Westfield Road to the Parkway, which we're very excited about. Few things to note here, other than it complies with code, it complies with all the elements of the MPDO. We went over it in detail, a few versions with them, and corrected any issues we had. There's one small pocket park included, and then trails throughout. All of this was already approved by Planning Commission and City Council on the final site plan for the MPDO. Another notable thing about it is that these lots here on the end are larger because they do abut a R120 zone. And so that's written into the MPDO code, and that it complies with that as well. Bruce, do you have any comments on this one?
There's the wall issues is that, I can't see it very good from the side.
As you probably saw on your agenda item sheet, this is a conditional approval because they do not own all the property, but it is written into the development agreement that they can get these conditional land use entitlements, and then it vests as soon as they take that property down. So any motion should be conditional and then also contingent upon a hillside development permit being approved, because there is portions of this that are in hillside.
And so they still need to present the hillside to us for that compliance of our current
Yeah.
ordinance.
Prior to final plat, they will have to do that.
That'll be the next step.
Okay. Darren, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
Then we'll open this up to public hearing. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to comment about that. So we'd ask you to please stand and speak into the microphone so it can be recorded. Anybody have any public hearing?
I guess the clock starts when I start talking. So hello, my name's Kelly Schroeder. I live at 175 Sunset. I'm the one with the donkeys, so I apologize. So my question to you is where is Sunset on that? Can someone show me that, please? And particularly where I live at 175.
I'm actually
I
trying to
can't-
find it right now.
It's not within this. Sunset is,
It's north,
but it's north
the
up
very
here.
northern part of it.
Okay,
Phase 3 is Sunset.
phase 3,
What
Yeah.
they're showing is phase 1, right?
okay, and this is for approval for phase 1 through 3?
Correct.
Can I see phase 3?
So this is all 3 phases here.
Okay, where is Sunset?
Sunset is up here. It's not within these first 3 phases,
How
correct?
do I know what size homes are behind mine? I have horses, and my concern is friendly people are going to start throwing here. It's my cutouts for my salads. I got some apples going bad. I'm going to throw apples at these horses so they have something to eat. I would like to see Sunset, please, in the size of the lots. The ones on Mulberry are larger, and maybe those are quarter-acre lots I'm seeing there.
Yes.
That's why I would like to see what's behind my house, because I'm in an ag area with horses.
So those
Yeah.
phases will come to us a later time, and it will be the same process. You will be able to see that at that time. We can generally give you, the idea is basically the same lot layout you're seeing there now, continues up to the back of your property line.
And I appreciate that, but we're here for 1 through 3.
Correct.
Do I get to see 3?
It's there.
None of the phases being considered tonight are touching your property.
Or adjacent.
So
They
I've heard that.
they did
before.
get letters though.
Same plan.
They're
Yeah,
within 300 feet, but
yeah.
that will be a future phase.
Okay.
So is there the phasing plan on there, Emily? On what sheet that phasing plan is?
That earlier sheet has all of them,
It has all the different phases.
yeah.
So I need to have the council consider, if they can't show me my house, what size lots are going to be directly behind it? I would have to say this was improperly marketed.
So let
So
me
there's
ask,
your, that's it right there.
Okay, this is the first time I've seen it.
Okay.
I don't have the best eyesight. I'm typically old and going along with my eyesight.
Can you blow it up a little?
This is Sunset,
Okay.
I believe.
Yes.
And so these are, all of this that's not colored here are future phases. You will receive another letter
Okay.
every time they bring a phase before us for this.
Oh,
So what size lots then are behind my house? Again, I don't know if that part is discussion here.
No,
I'm running
it's
out of
not.
time.
It's not. They're not being platted yet, so I do not know the sizes.
What does 120 mean? 120?
20 square foot lot.
20,000.
So am I going to have half acre or quarter acre behind my house?
This is part of the PDO, so they have smaller lots, based on densities and based on amenities that they give and based on different, things such as that.
Yes, I'm out of time.
so let me ask you a clarification. When they first came to us, all the lots backing up to the existing development and stuff had to be larger lots. Was that not correct?
They have to meet the same zone,
Same zone?
size.
I remember they specifically told us they were going to be larger lots that
They
mirror
are.
the lot.
They
Okay.
are. What the
But we
zone-
just don't know exactly what size yet.
So you have, yeah, it's not a consideration tonight on those ones up there. The ones that on the phase that's here now, they are the same size or bigger than the ones on the Mulberry side or the Almond Heights side. The Almond Heights has bigger lots on the south end. It has smaller lots on the north end. It matches to the smaller lots on the north end, and it matches to the bigger lots on the south end.
Okay.
And that was in your final site approval months ago.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
So-
Yeah.
Okay, any other public comment?
My name is Bruce Mackay. I live at 1198 South Mulberry. Just I guess it's a little bit of a question, as I know when this was discussed like 5 years ago, and I know the plats are a little bit different, whatever. Is that under the development agreement, I understood at the time that they can't bring any construction equipment on city streets. So where is their access going to go in when they start doing this?
South end of Westfield, I would imagine.
Do you know that, Darren?
Is,
I don't know the answer.
I don't believe that any agreement that I've seen written.
I thought it was part of the development agreement from like 20 years ago that we carried through. At least that's what it was discussed like.
I don't know, if the attorney knows of anything of that nature. I don't know of it.
I'm not aware of that either. Now, you have to understand, I know at least one person who understands that. There are was an older development agreement and then a replacement development agreement, if you will. And so each time a phase is taken down by the Firelight project and ownership of that area is taken down by the Firelight group, the later development agreement applies, not the one that was,
Predecessor.
not the older one.
By a different owner.
By different owners. So, but I'm not aware of, I'm not saying it isn't, I just, because I don't have everything memorized, I'm not aware of any limitation of that, because in general, most people have the right to use public streets.
Yeah, but well, I know when Dan Catlin was the chair of the planning commission, as he was holding tight to that, I know, back, again, this was 5 years ago, but.
I can research that and find out for you if you'd like.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to know, I mean, because it's right now, we live almost across from the park, so the alarm clocks start going when they're sifting their dirt with the excavators, and we'd like to know if we're gonna have monstrous bulldozers coming down the street and everything else, you know, at every moment from whatever, I don't know, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever time starts.
That's understandable,
I
yeah.
don't think we need to fill
Yeah.
that anymore.
I think that may have applied to the construction of the bypass road.
I think you're right.
The development of the bypass road.
Okay.
I think you're right.
It looks under common sense, I've been in construction all my life, that they would just come in on that end, because this is one phase where, once they build this phase, they're gonna build that road through and then open it up.
And if they're starting construction before 7 a.m. on the park, please let us know. They shouldn't.
Any other public comment on this item? Then can I get a motion to close this public item?
I make a motion to close.
You got a second?
I second, oh, go ahead.
You got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we'll go to business item number E1. Discussion and possible approval of the preliminary plat application submitted by Firelight Development for the phases 1 through 3 of the residential planning area, 11. PA, yeah, let me go. All of that,
Yeah.
PA 11 within the Firelight MPO deal. The same tax ID numbers that I read before, the legal tax ID numbers. The site located south of Sunset Avenue and west of Mulberry Drive is currently zoned single-family residence R120. So this is the first phase. They did come to us probably, 6 months ago and submitted. We did have public come to that meeting concerned about opening up that road and when that was going to be. They said it would be when the construction and when they get there. I remember that. And do you want to repeat or add anything?
No, I just stood up in case you guys had questions. I do want to add to the gentleman that was up there asking about the stuff along his lots. The R120 is what we will be held to, and that is the plan, which are half-acre lots behind his house.
Okay, can you state your name and who you represent?
Sorry, Adam Allen with American Consulting and Engineering.
Okay.
We're the engineers helping with this project.
Okay.
So they will be half-acre lots that back up to
Yeah,
Sunset?
per
Okay.
the development agreement, anywhere that didn't have a smaller zone had to have half-acre lots. And
Okay.
that's why it goes bigger and then a little bit smaller, where we match those smaller lots and then back into bigger lots.
That's transition, yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that. Did that answer your question? Okay.
So last night we heard the mayor saying that Westville, everybody asked when that would be open. And they were saying the end of this year, but it's all based on construction. Do you have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen out there or when?
I know that these guys want to move forward as fast as we possibly can. So I mean, obviously, if this gets approved, then we would move right into construction drawings and hillside. And as soon as that's approved, they'll begin constructing on that. And that is the first part of where we're coming in, is right off of Westfield. So that's part of the first phase.
Okay, thank you. Can you lift that up so we can hear? I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Any other questions from the planning commission?
I'm assuming that most of your construction equipment's going to come right in off the bypass for that. Am I right about that?
That would be the preferred method to have them come
That's
in.
gonna
It's
be
going to
way
be much
quicker
easier to
for you
get in
guys.
off of there and come up Westfield, and we'll start building that road first way and start that access up there. So, I mean, I can't guarantee it, but I can't imagine they're going to want to come through those little streets. So
Sure.
if most of the construction guys I work with would do that.
I see a gentleman back there going like this with his head. Are you with the development?
Yeah. My name is Stephen Wood, and I'm with Firelight and the developer behind that. And our intent would be to leave your neighborhood alone as much as we possibly can. And try to encourage, and if anything, we'll just set it, whoever we're working with on the development, the construction of those lots, that they don't go through the neighborhood at all.
So one of my concerns, and you see it tonight with the winds and everything, is dust control and blowing into neighborhoods and things like that.
Sure.
And I see you guys out there working with a lot of material all over the place and things like that. But you got a good handle on dust control and a water system for roads?
Yeah, so we are working through those processes. We have SWIP that we follow very, very closely. And then, obviously we understand how detrimental the dust can be, and we try to keep that to a very, very minimum.
Okay, I know that's not under our preview, and that's the city staff's responsibility and everybody else, but I appreciate hearing that. So the residents, I would be a resident, if I was a resident, I want to make sure that there's some kind of control there. Okay, any more questions from the planning commissioners? Mr.
I just have, Adam, a couple of real quick comments. On the power easement that's currently a blanket easement through there, we'll just need the power company to sign off on amending their easement to nail that course down. So we don't try to do it unilaterally, just with their consent. Okay.
And no problem. We discussed with them on the width, and that's what we've got shown, so we can get with them.
Right, I know that they are in agreement with that. We just need to have it documented to nail down that.
Sure.
And then, obviously, Firelight is yet to acquire, right? So this is a conditional approval tonight. And then, with the wall maintenance stuff, not an issue for tonight, just as a heads up going forward. Your CCNRs, because these are going to be walls taken care of by the owners. Just need to address those sort of party walls.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Still possible to ask one more question?
Yeah. Good, we're here. Keep it short and direct.
Yeah, it's pretty short. So it's just, so in between, again, we're on the west side.
Speak into the mic, please.
We're on the west side of Mulberry, so we're backing up to the where the development will be. Is there going to be a fence, a wall through easement or whatever behind us right now? All we've got is a old cattle fence that's sitting up there part way. Is there going to be a solid wall or some kind of fence?
Yeah, so our plan on the exterior of that property line will be a CMU wall of some type. That'll be a solid wall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, questions?
I just want to point out, to everyone that our responsibility as a planning commission is not to pick and choose who neighbors are going to be and so forth, but we're supposed to assess whether or not this falls within our city plan and it is in compliance with the
code.
with the code. And that's what we're trying to assess here, not whether or not, so that's what we're looking at here. It's not whether or not we like it, it's whether or not it's in compliance with code and with our city plan.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, everybody, but a lot of that crosstalk back there, we can hear it and stuff. We ask you to please, so we can hear and everybody can hear. Yes, so we look at this at the ordinance and the lot size and everything, and it's in compliance with staff. They go through this and everything else. So that's what basis we look at, is that it is in compliance with our city ordinances. Any further discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
I make a motion. I move that the planning commission as a preliminary land use authority grant conditional approval of the phases 1 through 3 in residential planning area 11 of Firelight NPDO, finding that the application is complete under the 10-19C-3 and a city subdivision submittal policy that approval is preconditioned upon a hillside development permit being approved prior to the final plat approval and a land being purchased by the developer.
Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, as directed, we're going to move item 10 up under public notice ordinance 2026-XX. An ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 1 of the Torkerville City Code to add a provision establishing a process for the removal of any planning commission members. Staff, can you inform us on what this is?
Yep. Like Bruce said, this is just some housekeeping to come into compliance with state code. I also added one additional note up here. Dean and we talked about this. We currently only have one alternate, and we do tend to struggle to find that second. We don't struggle to have a quorum generally with the members that we have and one alternate. So we left it open so that we could have two alternates, but we're not in violation right now because we don't, if we change this, just say up to two alternates instead. So that was one small additional change.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, we'll open this up for public comment, notice. Anybody have any public comment or notice? This is an ordinance being placed in, so the mayor has the authority to remove any planning commissioner.
Kathy Bentz, 370 West Shangri-La, and maybe I don't understand this, and if this is something that has to happen, that's fine. It made me nervous. I have so much confidence in this planning commission, and I have confidence in our mayor. I'm not trying to say anybody's not doing what they're supposed to do, but I would hope that this doesn't mean that if someone with all the power, with a little more power, can say, well, I'm not happy with this person and I can let them go. I don't know how that works, but I hope that this is something that would always be equitable and that there would be some input from the community if they were going to get rid of a planning commission member, because I appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comment? Go ahead.
We're appointed by the mayor, so we're not elected officials at all. So it is a little bit different than the city council, so that's something to weigh in, keep in mind.
Yeah, that's true. I did read the verbiage of what they wanted to add, though. Is it okay if I read that aloud? It does say here, any member of the planning commission may be removed with or without cause by the mayor. Prior to removal, the mayor must discuss the proposed removal with the city council. Such discussion does not require a vote or approval of the city council. I personally disagree with this because we are a 6-member council that form of government. We're a 6-member council form of municipal government, and under that type of government, the mayor would normally have to have prior consent and approval from the city council and have to show cause in order to remove a planning commissioner.
I agree.
And so I think we need to change the verbiage of that to represent or to go along with the type of government that we have, which we've always had that type of government. If we went with this verbiage the way it is, we would essentially be restructuring our form of government here in Tokerville. In my opinion, I'm not an expert on this, but in my opinion.
Can you look at that, Bruce? Ma'am, can you state your name?
Linda Williams, 1075 East Ramos. I was wondering if you have a council member that is, bringing up a problem, and then the rest of the council doesn't like to discuss that problem. Would they be dismissed just because they won't go along? That's kind of my concern. I think we need people on the commission that will discuss, all the pros and cons and be open to listen to what they think the problems are.
And I think that putting that before the city council to a vote and not just leaving it in the hands of one man or woman, as the case may be, would prevent that from happening. Allowing the city council to say, well, yes, we agree, that
Yeah.
person needs to be off the commission. So,
And just FYI, I did a little research on this. 95% of all the cities, well, even more than that, say 98% of all the cities in Utah are this form of government, the one that we are. There's only a few big cities that follow the strong mayor form, which that's what this is. This is the strong mayor form here. Those cities are Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake, and West Jordan. All of those cities follow that. That's not what we are. We're a much smaller city, and we've traditionally been a 6-member council form of municipal government.
But it seems like that would maybe create more of a dictatorship.
Absolutely.
We're either going to do it on my way or you're out. So that's my concern.
I have a question, and this is probably more for the attorney, and I don't know, maybe Angie, if you looked into when you did the research on this that you mentioned, is there, in addition to potentially having a city council vote rather than just a mayor choosing to remove somebody for whatever reasons they may have without giving any reason, could there be involvement from the planning commission, whether it is from the commissioner or for the next in line, or potentially even the attorney or the city manager as an additional arm to that vote beyond the city council?
In my research, I didn't come across that, but that would be a question for the attorney here.
Can I stop here just for a second? We're in public comment. Like, if we want to finish public comment and we want to deliberate on it, I think that's right now, we can't stay in our lane if we wanted to.
Yeah, so let's finish public comment first. That is correct. Any other public comment on this?
Ryan McNary, 1290 Rainbow Ridge. The biggest problem I have with this is there's no due process to it. And I can see getting rid of somebody for cause, or they don't show up to work, or misconduct, or dishonesty. But the way this is, it's to use your guys' term, arbitrary and capricious. So the mayor doesn't like a guy and he just removes him. And I don't like the idea of that. And I don't think most people do. I like some sort of fair process. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, do we have a motion to close public comment at this time?
Yeah, I make a motion to close the public comments, public hearing.
I second it.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's go to business item E10. Discussion and possible recommendation of ordinance 2026-XX and ordinance amended Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 1 of the Torqueville City Code to add a provision establishing a process for the removal of any planning commission member. Okay, any questions, comments, concerns?
Can we amend this?
Certainly, yes. State code just says that a process has to exist. It does not give us any parameters, so if you have input.
I just want to add real world application right now, because right now I feel like we're looking at this big bad somebody coming down and saying, I don't like you, and you're out. I just want to look at what that outcome would look like. So just play that out in your heads. The fact that anyone is getting X'd just because of an opinion or the way that they conduct themselves or handle themselves, seems like there would be a lot to answer to from a mayor's standpoint, to just start arbitrarily Xing people because I don't like what you have to say. So the way I look at it, because I make so much money on this commission as a volunteer, if somebody doesn't want me, why do I want to be here? It's an honest question. So in that said, there's no reason for me to fight to be here. Because I'm a volunteer, I see a point that says, hey, like maybe there is some sort of a due process, but in the end, the mayor is the one that put me here. So if the mayor doesn't like me, fire me, send me packing, and I'll go find a hobby that is less demanding on my time. That's how I feel.
I respect your feeling, but I have a big problem with it because I'm sitting here because I wanted to be part of this community and make sure this community is following the ordinances and everything in place, that we have the control. We have a responsibility as planning commissioners to look and see the future and protect the future and the quality of life of residents that live here and the quality of life that residents that will live here. And that's why I sit here. That's why I stepped in the first time, is just because of processes that were going on that I was not happy with. And I thought I had the qualifications and the experience to work and to be nonpartisan and open-viewed and looking at it to help our community grow and protect our community to be the great community that we are in this great United States.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Our job is so black and white. In most cases, we have added 100 shades of gray to operating as some, almost like a mini city council, and we are not that capacity. If we stay in our lane and we do the black and white and we follow the ordinances and it falls in 9 criteria, our job is so stupid simple. But we don't go there. We want to know all the out in the weeds. It's none of our business. That is the city council. Like, to me, doing our job is so easy. And we turn it into this collaborate of I don't know, like Medusa's hair. That's what it feels like.
There is a tremendous amount of time that we as volunteers have put into trying to understand all of these 10 items. And yes, I completely agree with Lonnie that we do have a black and white job of how we make our decisions. But in order to come up with those recommendations, because again, at the end of the day, we are not making decisions, we are making recommendations to the city council, who can either abide by our recommendations or choose to do what they want.
Yeah.
But
they're elected. So
they're elected.
You can
That's
vote them out if
correct.
you don't like it.
But if I did not get into the weeds on these subjects and did not have a clear understanding, I don't feel like I could serve you, the community, in the capacity that I need to. I volunteered for this position. It is a tremendous amount of work. It took up my weekend, it took up my Mother's Day, but I'm glad to do it because I live here and I believe in this community.
I agree with you too, Lonnie, and I agree with you, Mila. I'm a volunteer too, and I have to say, the decisions are black and white, but the job is not black and white. The job is a difficult job. And I have spent hours and hours and hours, okay? So mainly because we had a lot of documentation to go through with the pre-annexation, and I had to go through a lot of studies and everything with that. That was last week. Then we get all our documentation for this week, right? And as Mila said, there's a lot on here. There's 10 items on here. And it's our job to understand those items. And there's a certain learning curve with it, okay? So I've been at this for a few years, and I feel like I'm just now really getting to the point where I'm kind of good at it, right? It takes some time to learn it. It takes some time and effort to put into it. And so that's how I feel about it.
Any further discussion?
Did you want me to answer some of the legal questions raised?
Please.
Okay, so under the 6-member council form of government, the mayor's powers, I'll give you the statutory citation, 10-3B 104, 1B, or the job of the mayor is to perform whatever duties are assigned to him by statute or by ordinance. Okay, so if this ordinance passed, his job would be to not only appoint, but then also to remove. So he would have that authority if this ordinance passes. Without that authority, without an ordinance like this or another, he doesn't have that authority. In fact, right now, you're lacking, your ordinance doesn't meet the Ludma requirements because of that.
Yeah.
The other thing that, in my business, the for cause, I get the idea for cause. It's a lot of times put in contracts, employment contracts. It's usually code word for fighting words. It's like, okay, what's cause? And then someone claims it's cause and someone else claims that's not cause. And then it just becomes a bit of a cumbersome thing. Now, I'm not saying whether you should have an opinion on for cause or not cause. I'm just saying that when you add for cause in, then it would generally require, okay, let's list what can be for cause. And then if someone doesn't like that, then back to your point, Lonnie, then you're fighting with the person that appointed you. You're fighting with whether that's cause or not. So it can be a challenging thing, but yes, this commission is by appointment. Many times appointments at the pleasure of the person that appointed them, but this is just a proposed ordinance to try to deal with the lack thereof when I say LUDMA, that's the Land Use Management Act. So in LUDMA, you have to have a process for removal. You don't have one. This is trying to get us there.
Yeah.
The mayor could have that authority if this ordinance provides that authority to the mayor.
Okay.
That's the legal analysis.
Let's provide that authority with our parameters, which I have a list of causes here. It could be chronic absenteeism, misconduct, or unethical or illegal behavior, conflicts of interest, incompetence, or failure to uphold the duties of the position. And why can't we just list those in the ordinance? It's pretty straightforward, and that part is black and white.
Who's the panel to go over that? Who's holding?
The city council.
The city council is going to go through that to determine?
Usually what happens in those instances is you have a separate administrative law judge that gets involved to try to make a determination about whether someone is removed or not.
According to this form of government, it's the city council that does that.
No, what I'm saying, city councils typically don't want to put themselves in an adjudicated position to make those determinations. So typically it becomes an administrative law judge. And right now the city is contracted for that position with the current appeal authority, who would actually act as administrative law judge on, when I say employment, this I know you're not employees, but.
Yeah, we're not employees. We're just.
But there is a process to have someone independent determine whether those factors have been met. I'm not saying those aren't good factors. I'm just saying that when those factors are brought up and the issue is contested, it's more appropriate for an independent party to make that determination to see whether those factors have been met or not.
What if we left it up to just the mayor and then added in, look, there's got to be a reason for letting somebody go that you state publicly. I mean, I'm trying to come up.
Well, every other city in the state pretty much does it this way, where the city council has to give consent or approval for it. What's the problem with that?
Is that way? You're discussing that the city council
would vote.
Well, the way they would give approval, or the way they would give consent is through a vote.
You are appointed with the advice and consent of council, which is a vote. You could do it the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what, I mean, I say if we add that into there, it's a due process and it's fair and it's transparent.
Right, so it's the commission's free to make whatever motion for recommendation or not that you choose to make. And then the council picks it up from there.
Yeah, I know, this is just a
Recommendation?
recommendation to the city council. Yeah.
Okay. Any more comments? Anybody have a motion to make?
I would like to move that we adopt this removal process with the amendment that it has to be for cause and subject to the approval of the city council.
Via vote.
And
Via vote.
yeah, via vote.
Public.
Okay,
vote.
I'll second that.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Nay.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to public hearing D3, general plan amendment application, propose a future land use map amendment to change a designation for.
Let's go number 2.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, numbers, okay, 'cause we went, okay.
Yeah.
Zone change application for tax ID T-125-H, a current zoning in agricultural A-1 district, and the proposed zoning is A-0-.5 district. We'll open this up for public comment. Staff, do you want to explain a little bit real quick?
I can, yep. Here's the parcel right here. This is Toker Boulevard, and this is Hunter Lane, which is not actually a city street, but I think most people are familiar with it. I believe it's 10 acres, and it's just zoning it from agricultural 1 acre minimum lot size to agricultural ½ acre minimum lot size. It is compliant with the general plan, as this area is general planned as agricultural, and he's not changing that designation.
Okay, does anybody have any public comment? Please stand up and state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to comment. Okay, not seeing any public comment. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we'll go back to B.
Two.
E2. I'm sorry, folks. I've had no sleep. My wife broke her kneecap. I've been helping her for the last 2.5 weeks. It's not an apology, but I finally got some sleep at 5 o'clock this morning, and I've been working with my wife, so I apologize. if I'm
There's
not-
4 people that are here to help.
Yeah. You've got a
And I
very
thank
supportive
you,
group
and I
here.
thank you for helping me.
We're on E2, buddy.
Okay, discussion of possible recommendation on a zone change application submitted by All Star Excavation LLC, a property located at tax ID T-125-H. The current zoning is agricultural A-1 district, and the proposed zoning is agricultural A-0.5 district. Staff, any more?
My only additional comment would be, just as a reminder that the only change here would be the minimum lot size. There's a few uses in the ½ acre district that are not allowed in this one, just it's a little bit, just a little bit lower agricultural use. And then the minimum lot size could be ½ acre instead of 1 acre. And just a reminder that on your agenda item sheet, you've got those 9 standards to review for a zone change.
So basically, just for clarification, the 10 acres, as it currently sits right now, you could build 10 homes on 1 acre lots. And the proposal is to divide that so you can build 20 homes on ½ acre lots.
In a perfect world, yes, it's a hillside and there'll have to be roads in it and things like that.
Very,
But
A steep hill.
any
Yeah.
development would be subject to
Yeah.
a hillside review. Yep.
You'll have roads as well. It'll be
Yeah.
subtracted out of that. You'll have
Well, that was my next
detention areas.
question. Yeah, is the
Detention to
impact,
drainage, yeah, there's,
right, for roads.
in the real world, no, you're not gonna get 20 lots on there.
Yeah, they do maybe bigger lots toward the back and
Right,
smaller lots in
right,
the front.
right.
But
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just reading what's in here for the purpose of this is being to rezone for more affordable half-acre lots, which will attract residents who value and support local agricultural values.
The applicant is here if you have questions for him, but yes,
It's pretty straightforward.
I got a question regarding Hunter Lane. If Hunter Lane is private, where is the public
Yeah.
road? And then second, what happens to Hunter Lane
Right.
if it becomes dissolved?
So Hunter Lane will need to be platted with the subdivision, and they will need to improve their half of the roadway on that Hunter Lane and make it so that it fits on the property line.
So they need to amend where Hunter Lane falls?
They'll not amend. It's not even, it's a prescriptive easement at best. There are utility easements under the existing dirt road right now. They need to tie into those existing utilities. They'll need to somehow figure out how to include those utilities in their plat, as well as deeding half of the Hunter Lane to Tocqueville City at minimum.
Okay, so traffic is still able to move through Hunter Lane all the way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They can't shut it off. Yeah, they'll have to improve along their property line, the amount that fronts their property.
So who owns that parcel where Hunter Lane's going alongside them?
Kleinman's, I believe.
So there is another property owner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they can put move all of it onto their property and have 100% of Hunter Lane on their property.
But that's your guys' responsibility to make sure
Yeah.
that happens and whatever
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, typically when you have a scenario like that, you usually split the property line and half the road goes to one property owner, half of the road goes to the other property owner, as far as improvements. And then as the other property owner does some development with they would improve their half of the road.
So it's in compliance with all of our ordinances and the current ordinances to be able to do this. Okay. Any further discussion from the planning commissioners? Do we have a motion?
I move to recommend approval of the zone change application submitted by All Star Excavating LLC for the property located at tax ID T-125-H.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion
If anybody's wanting rocks, there'll be plenty of them there.
carries. Some rocks.
Yeah, just what we need.
Okay, public hearing item 3, general plan amendment application proposal. A future land use map amending to change the designation for tax ID T-149 from residential to agricultural.
That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's rare.
Sure. Yeah, this is, let me pull it up on this map. It's a little easier to see. So this is the parcel right here. We're not too far from where we just were. This is Toker Boulevard. The property owner owns this lot right in front of it as well, and this one. And so, as you saw, the next item is actually a zone change for this. But this area is general planned as residential, hence the general plan amendment. So in order to consider any type of zone change to change this, you would have to change the designation for this parcel to agricultural. I gave some examples of things in the general plan in your agenda item sheet that could possibly support this decision if you wanted to move in that direction. A lot of it, like you said, you don't normally see, this is down zoning instead of up zoning. And a lot of our general plan spoke of preserving agricultural in this area and clustering development in that area. So there are ways that could fit into the general plan. But there are also standards that you should consider for a general plan amendment, and those are also on your agenda item sheet.
Okay, we'll open up this for public comment. Anybody who wants to comment on this, please stand up again and identify yourself. No public comment. Do we have a motion to close public comment?
A motion to close public comment?
Second?
We got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we'll go back over to item E3, discussion and possibility. General plan amendment application submitted by Nolan Persons. The application proposes a future land use map amendment to change the designation for tax ID T-149 from residential to agricultural. If approved, the designation would support open space and agricultural use. This may include zoning such as agricultural A-0.5 and A-1. Other zonings that permit agricultural use such as MU-20, open space, large lot residence, agricultural, or open space related uses. So any more?
I could go into a little more detail on the decision unless you.
I feel good about it. Are you guys ready for a motion?
Yep.
Is the
Okay.
property owner here?
Yep. He is.
Okay.
I got a question.
I'm just wondering. Yeah, I was just curious about your thought process behind this.
Yeah, let's start there.
Okay.
I like it.
I'm Nolan Pearson. I own T-149. So what we want to do, well, I didn't even know if I could combine the two parcels into one. So went to the planning commission. They said, yes, you can, but you got to go through. I didn't even know that was zone residential to begin with. I acquired that property from my mom and dad when they sold, and then he's always had sheep and cows on it forever anyway, so.
Right.
Anyway, our plan is to build a house on it in
Okay.
the future, but I was trying, what I want to do is combine both parcels to one, so it's not residential. I don't have any restrictions as far as residential goes for animals or anything like that, so.
That makes
basically
sense.
That's,
Makes perfect sense.
So you inherited it and you just want it to be agriculture and
yeah.
have that be your
We have
home.
horses and cows, and
Yeah.
cows are out there right now anyway.
That's great.
So,
Yeah.
Nolan, I got a question for you. First of all, thanks for coming. So you mentioned in your, in a statement that you had the desire to turn it into an arena.
riding arena.
Are you planning on pulling power and having artificial lighting for that arena?
Well, I know there's light restrictions, but I don't know what all that consists. It would be nice to have arena lights, yes. But I don't
Okay.
know what all that consists of, what the night sky ordinance is.
Right, so how to mitigate that? And then the other one would be dust mitigation on that arena. You
Right,
know, pulling some sort of water source down there.
yeah, I would definitely run the water down and either
Yeah,
have a water trailer or sprinklers or whatever to water it, yeah.
But that is a permitted use anyway in the agricultural
Yeah,
zone.
that's permitted for agriculture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? We have a motion.
I move to recommend approval of the general plan amendment submitted by Nolan and Laura Pearson to change the designation of the future land use map for tax ID T-149 from residential to agricultural.
I second. Sorry.
You got a second?
Good
All-
job.
Okay, a couple seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public hearing D4, zone change application for tax ID T-149, a current zoning is single-family residence, R-1-20 district, and the proposed zoning is agricultural A-0.5 district. This public hearing, anybody have any public comment? We have a motion to close public hearing.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Got a second?
second.
We got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll go over to E-4, discussion of possible recommendation on the zone change application submitted by Nolan Pearson for the property located at tax ID T-149. The current zone is single-family residence, R-1-20 district, and the proposed zoning is agricultural, A-0.5 district. Any further discussion? I think we know. Thank you for doing that. Do we have any discussion? Do we have a motion?
I move to recommend approval of the zone change application submitted by Nolan Pearson for the property located at tax ID T-149, preconditioned upon approval of the general plan amendment for the same parcel by the city council.
Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll jump to item public D5, nightly rental application for 2020 West Old Church Road, tax ID T-91-B-4, currently zoned as agricultural, A1 district. Staff?
Yep, this is a nightly rental permit for 220 West Old Church. We do have a license came available, so they were on the wait list, I believe, until that point. It is a complete application, and they have met all the requirements, including off-street parking, fire inspection. They've submitted a compliant site plan, and we reviewed it carefully.
Okay, we open this up for public comment. Anybody have any public comment? All the proper legal notifications have been sent to the surrounding property owners to inform them that this application is in front of us tonight. Anybody want public comment? Please stand and quote your name. Do we have a motion to close public comment?
I make sorry.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to close the public comment.
Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, all further? All, motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll go to E5, discussion possible recommendation on a nightly rental application for 2020 West Old Churchville submitted by Jared Dagger, tax ID. Darger, sorry.
It's okay.
T-91-B-4, current zoning is agricultural and A1 district. Any comments, staff?
Nothing additional unless you have any questions for me.
I did go out and there's a lot of property here and it's sitting back there. So it's a nice piece of property.
They did not assign an emergency contact, so the property owner is going to be responsible for responding to any complaints that we receive. They're required to respond within 1 hour, so they've provided us their contact information. They've agreed to only open it up to 10 occupants, which is a requirement of our code. And they confirm that they do not own any other nightly rentals in Toquerville City, and there is no other nightly rentals within 500 feet of this one.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Any other questions or concern? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to recommend approval of the nightly rental permit application submitted by Jared Darger for 220 West Old Church Road.
I second it.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's go back to public notice. D6, pre-annexation agreement with Toquerville City and Scalera Community LLC and RE Development LLC for tax ID 3151-A-1-HV, a 200-acre property currently located in unincorporated Washington County, Utah, proposed for residential development. Anybody have staff fill us in on this? We heard this last meeting and asked it to be continued, and we asked them to provide us with some documentation that they had, which they have provided us with documentation. And so, staff, do you want to fill us in, updated?
Do we want to do another public hearing and then we can kind of?
Let's do it.
go through the whole
Anybody that
thing?
has public hearing, please stand and identify yourself.
I get 3 minutes, yep.
Yep.
Hi, my name is David Skier. I live at 204 North Sunrise Drive. Yesterday, I attended the mayor's open house. Thank you to Mayor Catlin for the community reach out. Per Google's latest 2026 data, the city of Toquerville has about 750 homes and about 2,300 residents. The mayor's presentation was an eye-opener for me. I thank the mayor. All the data I speak to is digested from his presentation and the 2024 city general plan. The elephant in the room for me is the Solara annexation and development. What does Toquerville gain and or lose if we do or do not access these 200 acres? It's the question I'm looking for an answer to. Internally, is Toquerville staff crunching these numbers for infrastructure costs if we do or do not proceed? I hope we are not relying on the developer. I look forward to the analysis the staff are beginning, underway, or completing, and I look forward to the Planning Commission discussion on weighing all that data and analysis. Where and when and why will these trade-offs be presented to you and ultimately to us, the general public? The Sunlight, Firelight, Indigo, and Meridian developments will have 1,997 homes on 617 total acres. Silver Cliff Summit will bring an additional 201 homes on 80 acres. What and how the access to Devil's Hole will be handled is a big red flag. Solara, on the other hand, will have 1,500 homes on 200 acres. Solara will have 75% of the entire Sun River development in 200 acres. Let that sink in for a moment. Again, Firelight in total, 1,997 homes on 617 acres. Solara, 1,500 homes on 200 acres. On today's Planning Commission agenda, item 6, the pre-annexation agreement, and the 5-13-2026 PC agenda packet.pdf support packet, pages 66 through 80 and 107 through 112, while impressive, do not address my question. Why should you, the Planning Commission, consider this annexation? In my humble opinion, item 7, the development agreement, is premature and does not warrant discussion today. I understand this bill was already approved by the County Commission and will be built regardless of annexation by Tocqueville. But how does this development square with the County Commission's recent decision to allow affordable housing in unincorporated areas from Route 915 Junction to Ventura on both sides of Interstate 15? I don't see it. Finally, per Tocqueville City Code 10.8.3, in that open discussion, please assure the community that the proposed annexation satisfies all 9 standards of review before your approval. The City Council is relying on you, the Planning Commission, to do your due diligence. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
That was really
Anybody
thought
else?
out. Yeah.
Public comment, please stand and.
Gary Chaves, 226 West Mountain Charm. The agenda item sheet states that if we agree to this pre-annexation agreement, that the density, the open space, the amenities, and the infrastructure are all going to be agreed to. 1,500 residences, 200 nightly rentals, both are not in compliance with city code. The density is 7.5, and with the nightly rentals, the open space at 10%, all of these exceed the current use limits. If you look at the pre-annexation contract, item number 5 says that they are to provide a fiscal impact analysis. I don't know who has seen this or if it's even done, but if it's not available, how can the Planning Commission make a decision as to whether the financial impact it's going to be on the city? On item number 7, it says that that they will comply with the applicable laws and regulations, but in 6B, it says we can go with city code or a development agreement. So what the developer wants to do is bypass city code and use the development agreement with respect to density and nightly rentals. The other thing is, according to our Tocqueville ordinances, in order to approve something like this, it says, do the projected taxes defray the cost for the city to pay for fire, police, street maintenance, zoning compliance, and utility services? I don't know if anyone has ever thought about what those costs are going to be. In addition to that, Tocqueville 10.4-4 the developer must include an estimate of tax consequences, and it should not be approved if there would be a tax increase to the existing residents. So we don't know, we don't have answers to that. I don't know how we can vote. I know that you guys have a box that you have to stay into, but I don't have a public hearing with the city council. So city council is getting this as well as planning commission. I might be going outside of my box. General plan. Compliance with general plan. Number one, addresses and recognized a demonstrated need for the community. That's a no. Will not cause undue traffic congestion or hazards. That's a no. Meets requirements of the general plan. That's a no. So the general plan, one of the things on page 10, it says, factors that stand out for this community, a quiet community, small town atmosphere, open space, dark skies, and clean air. That's what the general plan says we need to be. On page 55, yikes. Okay. On page 55, it says that we support low-density development and oppose high-density. And acceptance of this means that we will accept the terms of the development agreement as well. That's included in the pre-annexation. So please vote no to recommend this to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? We have a motion to close public comment.
I make a motion to close public comment.
I second it.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's go to item E6, discussion and possible recommendation on a pre-annexation agreement between Torkerville City and Solaria Community LLC and RE Developers LLC for tax ID 3151-A-1-HV, a 200-acre property currently located in unincorporated Washington County, Utah, proposed for residential development. I'd like to ask our attorney, legal counsel, all of this is the pre-annexation, and it doesn't meet all of our zoning and our plans and everything. How can we do that?
Great question, and I actually have a PowerPoint that I can put up to explain how the Utah legislature under LUDMA has provided this process so that it can occur if the city chooses to allow it to occur. But let me walk you through this statute, and then it should be more obvious. Okay. So this is the operative statutory provision. This is, again, in the Land Use Management Act. And you'll see that this particular portion of the code talks about development agreements and what they can be used for and what they cannot be used for. So let's just start at the top. Mostly the stuff that's in red. A municipality may enter into a development agreement containing terms including annexation. So you can have a development agreement, pre-annexation agreement, an agreement that addresses annexation.
Yeah.
Okay? You still have to go through, the applicant would still have to go through the annexation process. But the code allows for an agreement to help set the table for that process. Okay. Now, what about the fact that what Solaria has already received county approval for and will do whether they're in Torkerville or not, right? That's a foregone conclusion. Yeah. But how can they do that here when what they're asking for doesn't comply with any of your current ordinances? Right. That's the issue. So now you look at subpart, this would be like 2A, a development agreement may not. Okay? It cannot do certain things. And you go down to 3, allow a use or development of land that applicable land use regulations governing the area subject to the development agreement would otherwise prohibit. Can't do that. But then you see the word unless. Unless the legislative body approves the development agreement in accordance with the same procedures for enacting a land use regulation. Okay, so what do those code words mean? Let me interpret what that means. Because land use regulation is an ordinance, a zoning ordinance. So if you follow the same process for a development agreement that you follow for a zoning ordinance, which is public hearing before the planning commission, right? You review things, you make a recommendation for or against, and then you have that public hearing. So why we're all here today, and then the council would pick up that recommendation at their public meeting to make a deliberation and decision. But if the development agreement is subject to that same public hearing process today, recommendation from the planning commission, one way or the other today, then the council picks it up at a public meeting, you have then followed the same process for enacting a land use regulation, and it can be done. Now, to get down to brass tacks, some people might say, well, you're zoning by contract. You're getting into an agreement that says this is what we get to do, and that's not allowed. Generally not. But in Utah, it's allowed if you send that agreement through the same public process you would send an ordinance through. And so what's being asked of can be done. They're not asking for something they can't ask for. Okay? They can ask for it, and they can ask for it through this process. And if it goes through all of the way, the recommendation and the council's decision is to allow, to annex and then approve the development agreement, then the development agreement does in effect create a zoning district for that area by that agreement.
It's separate from Tocqueville's.
It becomes Tocqueville. It becomes another zoning district, if you will, of Tocqueville. It's not separate from, it's not different than, it's not, I mean, it feels like an odd process to get to there because it's not one that is typically followed. But it really is, in substance, the equivalent of adopting an ordinance to create a new zone would allow that high density of use.
It sounds like essentially, are we changing the general plan in order to do that?
So good question, but here's the question, here's the issue. And I'm not telling you the legislature thought of everything, I'm just telling you this is the legislation. The general plan governs what? It governs land within your jurisdiction.
Right.
This isn't in your jurisdiction yet.
Right.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but part of our job is to see if it will go along with our code and our general plan, correct?
So one of the reasons, excuse me, you're considering it, is it because it is in our annexation policy plan area, right? So this is land that we've identified that we may want to annex. This is a development that they're going to do in that land. So we're just considering it as a part of that process. That is in the general plan, is to consider all developments within our annexation.
And this is our first annexation, so this is why we have a lot of questions.
And it comes to you in a way that's not typical. Okay, so you take your first one and then complicate it some. But I don't want you to overcomplicate it because it is a process that Utah law recognizes. So as far as, oh, I don't like the process, I get it, you might not, but it's one that's allowed, so we can get past that and then look at the substance of the pre-annexation agreement, the substance of the development agreement, and get your recommendations on that. And that would be the function of tonight.
Okay, I have a question about the county, and you probably know the answer to this. I've heard, and it's just hearsay, I don't know this to be fact or not, but the county put a 75 unit limit on it for county because there's only one, you know.
Egress.
Yeah, access in and out. Is that true?
Yes, with a yes, but as currently designed, yes. And no matter what they do, even if they were in the city and had the zoning currently, the access issues are still a problem for them. They can't exceed that until they take care of the access. And there's some, I've been in meetings with them where they understand, and UDOT, frankly, among more than anyone else, is going to drive that access issue. And UDOT will drive it not just based upon that development, but all development on the opposite side of that freeway. And so when you get a certain threshold of units on that side, UDOT's going to step in and say, you're no longer using Mills Lane to access I-15 in this way without, because you're too close to the highway.
Exit 24.
Yeah, exit. So those things are there. The county is willing to grant approval to the density of the whole of the project, but yes, there has to be an access issue addressed.
Why did they submit it with so many in the first place? Why not start small?
I can't speak for why a developer chooses to do things a certain ways, but my guess is if you're looking to be able to finance a project and get investment money and banking money in, you pretty much have to lay out your cards to get the money.
Thank you, keep that. Darren, I got a question. Is there some BLM land, and is this one of the BLM permits that they got to get through?
So they did, so the city about 2 years ago, before they even considered annexation or anything at all, they asked the city if we would participate in a BLM right-of-way acquisition. They have not, it's not approved, but it's on the cusp of being approved. And that would give them 2 exits onto Mills Lane.
Oh, so it would solve that problem then? if
It would,
was-
it would give two exits or 2 accesses to a collector road. And Mills Lane in our master transportation plan is considered a collector.
So who owns Mills Lane?
So Mills Lane right now is in the UDOT right of way, but the city has the jurisdiction over it. And we basically, we receive BNC road funds on that. We tell people what they can and can't do as long as there's parts of that are in Tocqueville city limits. There's a part of it that is actually in Leeds and a little teeny part of it that's in county to get to Anderson Junction. So, but just the part that is in Tocqueville city, they will have to meet compliance with that Mills
So
Lane.
who takes care of that gravel road now?
We do. Tocqueville City.
Okay.
We've done exclusive over the last probably 20 years of keeping that thing up. It has multiple super soft spots in it, from sand to other things like that. It would be super good to have that thing improved.
I've got 2 questions. Yeah. So to city staff, has a financial analysis been done on it?
I believe
Yes,
it has.
it was provided to you.
It was in the documents
first
that
time.
you
It was in
sent
the
2
first
weeks
meeting.
ago.
they gave
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
yeah.
And it said it had a $7 million benefit, but that was after restaurants and hotels and things
That's
like
right.
that came in, and that's after people moved in and everything else, and that was questioned.
Then that's probably at full build out, correct?
Yeah. That-
With commercial.
yeah.
And so that actually leads to my next question.
I had another question, but go for it.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You sure?
You said you had.
I do. Okay, second question. Does a municipality have more control in doing a annexation with Solera than it wouldn't otherwise have?
Yes and no.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, does the city have maybe more control than what would happen if it's just left in the county?
Yeah, as far as maybe what it might look like or what, yeah. I'm trying to think how to.
I would say yes, because the city is negotiating for certain open spaces and things that the county might not require or demand. So it's just not from the city standpoint. It's not passive in saying, county said yes, we say yes too, come on over. It's a county said yes, we know that we're gonna have to be paying for the roads that you guys are gonna burden us with. We wouldn't hurt to have some tax dollars to help take care of the burden we're gonna get anyway. But we also want open space. We want some things in exchange, and they've provided some of those things. There's still some things, again, and I have in this PowerPoint, if we want to go more, I've sort of hit the high points of what the development agreement would contain and what you really ought to be considering, because really this is like creating a new zoning district for that area. And they're asking for things like some impact fee credits, some that you might want to give. It's your prerogative to give a recommendation on those credits of like yes to all or none to all, or yes to some and no to others. So that's your prerogative. So if it would be helpful, I'm prepared to go through that. But I don't want to get in the way of your initial deliberation on the topics either.
But my understanding, discussing what Lonnie just asked and the research that I've done on it, is yes, do we get a little bit more control as a municipality than we would have if it was under county? The idea is yes. However, it's really important to note that the development agreement as it is, and to my understanding, does not allow us really any wiggle room. We can ask, but the developer has come to us with their terms, and they're pretty set on their terms. So I don't know if we have any leeway for negotiation. And if we do, it may be marginal. So I think it's really important to understand that, yes, we are looking for control. We're looking for income. We're looking at a lot of positives that could come out of the annexation if we brought it into Tocqueville. But we have to be very careful about, are those really benefits? Do we have control? Do we have wiggle room? What can we negotiate? What can't we negotiate?
And no, one real quick question or interjection here is basically, this is not the first time they've came to the city, because the attorneys have reviewed these back and forth exclusively, city managers exclusively, as well as Emily. I'm not as involved in that leg of it as much as they are, but I know that, like I said, there's been some give and take quite a bit already before it came to you guys, just so you know. This wasn't their just first, hey, what do you think?
It's a different agreement than it was with the county, because I looked at both
Yes,
agreements.
yes,
and did
yes,
analysis.
exactly.
Yeah, we didn't just
Take
say,
it.
No, I
we didn't just say, we'll take what you got. We want something, if we're gonna bring you in, we want something.
But from what it is today, after it's already been negotiated, this is pretty much the terms.
Well, when I say pretty much the terms, I would say this. Now, I'll just use the impact fee credits as an example. Is there anyone here from Solara? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I say something out in school, just throw a rock at me and even correct it, okay?
Soft rocks.
I'll take hard either one, I don't care. With the impact fee credits as an example, a few iterations ago, the development agreement was sort of vague on what that might be. We thought that for the city to be able to review that, there ought to be some defined specificity. So tell us specifically what you want an impact fee credit for, so we can make a informed analysis of whether we think that one or the other, or what the other, whichever it is there. So they did that. They provided that specificity. That doesn't mean that they will get all of those and that the council would agree to all of those, but this represents their response, their request, and it gives this body something to review, something meaningful to review, as opposed to we deserve impact fee credits, right? That general statement was too general. And again, I sort of overgeneralized that, but in essence, it was, we want some impact fee credits, and we said, give us the details of what you want. And they kindly did that.
Okay, so you're showing us the Utah code where we can do this.
Yes.
But we can only do things that are in our ordinance. do we have an ordinance that says we can do this?
No.
Is there ordinance in
No, no.
place? How can we do something that we don't even
It
have? an ordinance?
overrides it.
But this, you are subject to, subservient to this code. And this code doesn't say, okay, let me tell you how it would be worded if what you said were the case. Of the first part, it says subject to, a municipality may enter into a development agreement. The way you would want it read is, it provided for in city ordinance, a development agreement. The city may enter into a development agreement.
So shouldn't we put that in place first before?
No,
we
that's
do
what I'm
that?
saying. It doesn't say that. If it did say that, you would, then I would be telling you, yes, you would have to adopt an ordinance that first does that. But this is saying that it's not dependent upon whether you have an ordinance or not in place. I mean, a municipality is authorized to enter one into a development agreement, and you already have an ordinance that talks about development agreements. You're authorized to do that, and that development agreement can be utilized to create uses not otherwise allowed, and permit things not otherwise allowed by your own ordinances if subjected to this process. And you already have in place a process for adopting a land use regulation. You already have ordinances for that. So.
But you just said it doesn't comply with our land use ordinance, but then we can't make any decisions because it's outside.
No, I'm saying that, again, when we read this, 2A3, a development agreement may not allow a use or development of land that applicable land use regulations governing the subject area would otherwise prohibit. An agreement could not do that unless, and now it says,
A legislative body.
you can do this by agreement if you follow the same process you do for a land use regulation, which you already have a land use regulation process. You follow that process, and this statute authorizes that to occur. Because frankly, you already have in place the ordinances for the land use regulation process. You're just running this instrument, this development agreement through that process.
So essentially, the development agreement allows us to adopt a plan that would otherwise be not totally in compliance with our city code.
I would phrase it slightly differently.
It all hinges
The
on
development agreement doesn't allow that. The statute allows a development to essentially include in it the terms you would otherwise approve in an ordinance. Your typical zoning ordinance will have permitted uses identified, it'll have setbacks, it'll have all those things. And you can do those things and frankly more in a development agreement. So this statute allows you by development agreement to create a new zoning district.
Yeah, but it all hinges on the development agreement, and it all hinges on
Yes.
us recommending it and the city council approving it.
Yes, it's the public process. And as you know, you may recommend in favor and the council could deny. You may recommend against and the council could approve.
It's a recommendation.
So it's a recommendation.
Yeah, if you don't like this, you can get with your senator or your body of the representative, and you can express your displeasure for this.
Well, I think that our recommendation creates a public document, and that is important. Otherwise, what is our purpose here? You know?
Say that again, I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
I said our recommendation creates a public document, and it's part of the process.
Yeah.
Right, so,
It is.
I mean,
This is
you can
public.
ask, why are we here? You know, if our recommendation is never, followed, I mean, that's up to city council, but it really does create a public document that states that, the planning commission either recommended or did not, and
Yes.
that's really all it
That's
is.
So back to the question that I get, we're in the weeds and we're in the gray spot, and we're only supposed to be looking at the ordinances that are in place to us, but we really don't, we have some Utah code that says we can do that. We have a document in front of us that says this is the agreement, the development agreement, which we have no control over, the city council does. we have to make a recommendation. Public has made some good points about the density and everything else, the right-of-ways to get in and out and everything else. I was out there, I guarantee it, this is the prettiest land I've seen in a long time. This 200 acres is beautiful and things. And yes, it will be developed and it should be developed and things like that. But I guess looking at the information we have, and I say the same thing, that I did not like the one item after another item on the agenda saying that we're going to approve or deny the pre-annexation. Let me ask you that. If this planning commission recommended denial for the pre-annexation agreement, would we even hear the other two items on the agenda?
I think you're obligated to, but I think it would be perfunctory. You would simply say, our recommendation is, and frankly, on these three, six and seven, it goes to, and then it kind of bleeds over to 8 a little bit. But it's almost, in my view, better to take public comment on all of those all at once than it is to break
On
it up.
those three, yeah.
Because
I
they're
agree.
all part and parcel, right?
Yeah.
And by breaking it up, you just, you might even miss some continuity in the comments about that. So, I'm not, I got the easy job. I just give you ideas. You guys do it, but you might want to consider opening up that public hearing.
Well, would we have to make a motion to combine those
Yeah.
public hearings because we've already made the motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would. At this point, you would make the motion to reopen the public hearing on items 7 and 8 while we're at it.
Okay.
So that when you complete your deliberations and make your recommendations, you then make them on 6, 7, and 8.
Right.
But you do it with being fully informed on all the opinions, because they all sort of
They blend
overlap.
together.
There,
Yeah.
all overlap. Okay.
Yeah. But for those purposes, we needed to separate them out, because one's pre-annexation, and one's, I wanted to make certain that the development agreement was in everyone's face, if you will, in the public notice. It's not tucked under, oh, that's an exhibit to the pre-annexation agreement. No, it's front and center.
Okay.
I have a question about higher density. My understanding is that the state is pushing communities throughout the state to develop more higher density areas. And is that true? And would this not help Tokerville to meet some of those requirements that are on the horizon?
Yes is to both. The city of Tokerville, currently the size is such that you're not obligated to maybe meet some of those things, but it's simple math, right? How much of the state is public land?
A lot.
Roughly 2/3, okay?
Which is why we like it.
Well, we do. I love it, okay? But it's 2/3, roughly. And then you take the other third, and how much of it is actually developable, right? It's not on a hillside or whatever. And then you make that pie chart even smaller, because, okay, there might be a lot of flat ground out in Uintah County, but that's not where the development's occurring right now. So you look at the areas where it's developing, and you have hillsides and things here, right? So and then how much of that's developed? And not that I'm in favor of population growth, I don't know that I am, but, but it is what it is, right? And if people think you need houses for your kids to stay at, or people moving in for jobs, and you want an economy that's robust, well, where are you going to put the people if you don't put them on smaller lots than we've done before? And if you don't go vertically, where are you going to put them? You can't make your decisions in a vacuum and pretend that this is Utah 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It just isn't.
What this town could be.
The town could be, and now you get some of my opinion, not my legal opinion. Okay? Why does this one town get to be the one that says, oh, someone else better take that, not me, because I'm not going to share in what is otherwise a statewide burden. I'll take all the benefits, but I don't want any of the burden. I don't know that is.
Yeah, what if we just leave the benefits? It's working so
That's
far
key.
now.
But
Let's keep.
so
Yeah, let's,
it's something. Is the state pushing for higher density? They are. Is there a reason for it? There is. Will there be a day when Tocqueville has enough population that you will be required to meet some of those things? Probably so.
Isn't it at about 5,000 the threshold? That's my understanding, is that at that point we need to start. Emily, can you speak on that?
Yeah, it is at 5,000, so we're only just.
And we're
over
there tomorrow, so.
Yeah, we're going to be there real soon.
The population.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we have 2,200 people right now.
Right.
But it's going to
Firelight,
double in the next,
right.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
In 5 or 10 years, we'll be there. Yep.
yeah, you guys are, your trajectory is not linear.
Right.
It's, you know,
yeah.
Any other points you want to bring up?
I have a point I want to bring up. My main concern with the whole thing, and I actually read the development agreement, there's a 20-year expiration on it. And my question is kind of like what Mr. Chaves brought up. In the interim of, let's say this gets approved and they start developing, in the interim, how do all the finances work out as far as the fiscal impact on the city and possible tax increases to the citizens to cover everything before it gets to the point where we're getting all this money, like the fiscal report showed, right? There's going to be a period of time, maybe even a long period of time. I'd like to ask Solara that, like, what's your time, on that?
sure.
What? Yeah. That's my biggest concern with it personally.
So the first part of that about what was your
name?
Aaron Tilton with Solara.
Thank you, Aaron.
So let's say, what's the development time horizon? You said the development agreement has a 20-year term in it. That's true. The lots are already pre-sold to a builder.
Okay.
So, and you,
That's right. I remember you saying that
the
last time.
commission
Yeah.
toured D.R. Horton's other developments. They have about 5 years left on that one. They'll be sold out. This one is, they're building. And so everything is already pre-sold under a contract that will basically has the first delivery of lots to D.R. Horton in third quarter, fourth quarter of 2027.
Okay.
So it's 18 months away. And the requirement for them is to buy 200 lots every year. So they'll be done in 7 years.
But my understanding is that the majority of the income that the city's going to see, assuming that we would annex this, really comes from commercial, more so than what we're going to see on permits, and all the fees associated with the build out. We all know, and I use this term is, rooftops, rooftops equal population. Population invites commercial, and commercial is really where we generate our income. So, we really do have to have those rooftops before Smith's, the restaurants and all of that, come in and really start bringing in more income to the city. So yes, you may have a timeline that you're building out, but, I look at Sun River, okay? We had all those rooftops, but how long did it take to get restaurants? And how long did it take for the Smiths to show up down there? There is a time period, when you really realistically look at it, when that commercial is going to come in and actually generate, the big dollars that we're looking for.
Yeah, and I think you're already kind of seeing that at Anderson Junction, right? The commercial's already coming ahead of us there. And so I think that's kind of the chicken egg scenario that you just talked about. But I do believe the new rooftops will be supportive of that commercial sooner than later.
For sure. And Firelight, is obviously adding to that. And a lot of where that commercial is going to be happening is, yes, at Anderson Junction for sure, but all of the commercial that we've, already have in the general plan along the bypass.
I'd like to make a comment. So, from the city perspective, yeah, they need income, and the way they get income is through more density in commercial. We already have lots of density in commercial. We do have that in place already. So that's something to consider too.
Well, it's an interesting subject because Solara is going to get built whether we annex it or not.
That's true.
So we can look at it like,
But the county did put a limit on their building
Correct.
if they do it under the county.
You have the same
They'll expand it.
limit. I mean, they
They
still
will
need.
expand it. Eventually,
Yeah,
eventually they will expand
They will.
it.
Okay.
That's not,
Yeah, I was gonna say
that,
this.
that county limit, don't think of that as like.
A one
something
and
that
done.
ever
it's
built more than
temporary.
75
Yeah,
years.
it's
That's
temporary.
the BLM access and other things, that problem's solvable and nearly solved.
Okay.
But the point that I'm trying to make is, so it's going to be built out regardless, correct?
Yeah.
Whether we annex it or not. So there's going to be rooftops. And who's going to benefit commercially from those rooftops, whether we annex it or not, will still be Tokerville. That commercial that's going to be built along the bypass is going to happen whether we annex this or not.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, bring me back to the time when Walmart Distribution Center
Yeah.
went out Old Highway 91. And you had two cities that did not want, well, Hurricane didn't want to run utilities or infrastructure out there in Fodham. Now look at where we're at on Old Highway
It's a
91.
huge industrial.
Huge, right?
Yeah.
So I think you have to really start extending the vision out, like pretty big, because this development, like you said, isn't like on an island. It's not just a one and done.
That's true.
So what are you saying? You're saying that we should.
It's
should
coming,
annex it?
it's coming, whether you like it or not, right?
Right.
We all agree on
It's
that.
gonna be built.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be built. So do you want some control, even if to Mila's point, maybe it doesn't feel like there is any? Do you want some?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to walk away with nothing, or do you want to walk away with something? I hate that. I'm not saying I endorse it or I would put my stamp on it, but I'm just saying, like, if you want to call it lesser of two evils, maybe that is what we should be considering.
I mean, it's
I
hard.
agree with what you're saying. That's the black and white of it.
Right.
Our decision is based on, do we want to have more control or not? It's going to be built. You
Well,
know,
I think that you still go through your 9 factors as well.
Right.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Knowing that what you just said is true, but you still go through
Yeah.
your process because this is going to follow the same process as the land use regulation. Right? You're going to do the same deliberation. And again, it may be, maybe not now, but if you, I'm just re-raising this because you might want to consider combining the public hearing portion on 6, 7, and 8.
Right.
So that you have a continuity of thought and comment as you make the final decision.
I still, though, as we move forward, don't feel like I have an answer on the whole fiscal impact and the tax issue with this. I feel like that just looks really fuzzy to me. I don't know. Can we get more clarification on that some way?
I have a question regarding the PID. So with the PID infrastructure, what are the current residents of Tokerville's protections from infrastructure costs, assuming that the PID is going to absorb all that and give that cost back to the homeowners of Solera? Which brings up a whole nother topic on affordable housing is, yes, the state wants us to create more housing and more affordable housing. We have a housing crisis supposedly here. But we really need to kind of understand, what affordable is. What is the median income here in Utah and what is that threshold? So my understanding, having done a ton of research on this, is that no new construction, to our knowledge, is affordable housing. I would reframe that as to be attainable housing compared to more of a luxury.
I have a comment on that. I do know personally that some of the builders, including D.R. Horton, they have in-house financing
Right.
that they offer to first-time home buyers, where they get a lower interest rate and they also get money toward closing costs. And that oftentimes makes all the difference for a first-time home buyer. are they going to offer that in that? I mean, is
It
that?
makes a difference the first-time home buyer sees. There's a lot of difference that the whole first-time home buyer doesn't see. The theory with PIDs anyway, is that the funding, the loan, the interest rate is at a municipal rate as opposed to a market rate. So there's cost savings theoretically. I mean,
For some buyers, it makes all the difference.
I get there's a
Yeah.
fight about PIDs, but the
Yeah.
theory is that even what the owner doesn't see the day he closes is a lower cost product because the financing to build the infrastructure, the horizontal construction was less than
But that-
would be under conventional terms.
Yeah.
So
That's,
I think there are two current questions.
Yes, there
to
are
me.
two questions, and I kind of skipped over the first one, which I don't want to lose sight of because it's really important to address. What are the potential impacts, property tax increase wise, to the existing residents, and how are we protected?
that's my
Yeah.
question too. Yeah.
So if you look at the governing documents for the PID that were passed by the county, there's a boundary, a geographical boundary that doesn't exceed the current 200 acres. And that's the only area, sorry, the microphone's about to fall here. That's the only area that it has taxing authority. So there can be no taxes levied on anything outside of those 200 acres associated with the PID. It's a boundary that was already created.
However, thank you.
Okay.
So in addition to the potential property tax increase, which you're saying that you are doing your due diligence to protect us with the PID and that boundary area, thank you. But how many of you got that notice in the mail? Okay, and you know what I'm talking about, right? And this is our sewer.
Yeah.
This is Ash Creek. Now we have a $6 million loan that we're all going to be paying for new infrastructure to support more houses. And that's countywide, correct? Or is that just, no, that's, I'm sorry, that's just within Ash Creek.
District-wise.
Ash
Right,
Creek
right. So
District.
can you tell me this, sorry, I'm getting a little off track here, but, so yes, we may be protected from higher income taxes, but we are still going to pay for utility infrastructure, sewer, water, all of those other things. So we are going to have impacts, but
And there's a public hearing for that.
Okay,
Ash
right.
Creek one, please go to that because your questions you're asking right now are directed directly to them, not the citizens.
And I can answer the question about Ash Creek Sewer District that will be servicing the project. They gave the project a will serve letter. And so all of the infrastructure, the piping, everything on site and off site to support our project is paid for by that PID. And the PID, again, has the geographical restriction for the tax increase at the 5 mil levy only on those residents. It is the new infrastructure for that newer sewer system, so it isn't disaggregated out to the city.
That's good to know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great questions.
Any more questions, or do we have a motion to kind of we'll go back to public comment on the other notices?
Yeah.
And so we can hear it all at once and get
Well,
public comment?
I was gonna say, if we're gonna do that, we need to
Make
make a motion to combine them.
Right, we need to.
I'll make a motion to combine 6, 7, and 8 public hearing.
I second.
Okay, and let me just clarify, we're not going to make a decision on the one at the back yet, on 6 for business until we hear the public, and then we'll come back.
Correct.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so item D7, we'll open public notice for the development agreement between Torkerville City, Solaria Community LLC, RE Development LLC for the Solaria project, a proposed 200-acre development including up to 1,500 resident units, single-family homes, townhouses, and multifamily units located on tax ID 3151-A-1-HV. Okay, this is,
You might want to also now read number 8 because you're doing 6, 7, and 8. So you're taking comment on 8 as well.
Short-term rental.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You're just gonna take it all at once.
6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
So anybody wants to comment on the 1,500 residents and that 200-acre development?
And,
Well, it's all.
and the nightly rentals, right?
And the
Under,
excluding the current code for,
We were going to do,
Yeah.
read 8 first and then open the
yes,
public
if you,
hearing.
if you read 8 and then
So
open the
just
comment, that would,
read 8.
So we've got it here, 7, 8.
just, you've already done 6, now you're combining it, so you read 7. If you'll read 8 and then take public comment, then I think we're good to go.
Okay, so I need ordinance 20, no, hold it. Make sure I get the right one.
Page.
Oh, 8 down there.
8 at the top of the,
Move public hearings.
Okay, discussion, discussion of, yeah, but we're opening for public comment first.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think you should be, that one.
right here.
it's the right one, it's my.
Yeah, read that one.
That's what it
Our
is.
agendas are not usually this confusing, sorry.
Home version.
That's why my pages are different.
All right,
A paper.
so we're gonna do 7 and 8.
8, so if you'll read the number 8, ordinance
Okay,
2026.
2026, an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 17, Section 4, subsection 8 of the Torkerville City Code to provide that the city standard cap on nightly rental licenses will not apply to the development where nightly rentals are specifically authorized in a development agreement that has been approved by the city council through the required legislation process for land use regulation, Utah Code 10-20-508, 20-508, parentheses 2, parentheses A, 3. In such cases, the number and terms of nightly rentals will be governed by the applicant development agreement. The applicant.
Applicable.
Applicable. Public comment.
I was, Aaron Tillman again from Solar. I was just going to finish, I answered your question, but didn't finish with yours. The question you asked about D.R. Horton and are they going to be doing those specific things? Well, I don't speak for the builder. They would have to represent themselves. I think the main thing to understand about that is that D.R. Horton specifically has that market segment of affordable housing, and they're arguably the nation's leading home builder and have a very good system. They know how to sell homes, and they wouldn't be selling a lot of homes at an affordable level if they weren't affordable and have those systems set up. So I think they're doing as good as anybody else is at doing that. Thank you.
Okay, public notice is opened on those that want to comment on 1,500 resident units.
Just jump. Yes. Yeah. One big damn tent.
My name is Lynn Williams, 1075 East Ramos. I don't really know where to start here. I agree with what a lot of the councilmen have said. This project is going to go on whether they're in Tokerville or not. But we will get the benefits that everybody's talking about with the commercial, whether they're in Tokerville or not. And by going into this agreement, and for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it breaking the existing rules to give them something that keeps them happy, that's just opening the gate. You will not be able to close that gate after that. It's just going to spread right on. Then everybody in town's going to say, well, it's not fair. Look what they get. Now we want it. And you might as well just make it the new city ordinance. I'm not too sure why, if we're going to get the benefits from this, why do we want to take on the liabilities and problems that are sure to come from a project of this size? Thank you.
Movable microphone. I'm not sure if this is a dumb question or not, but,
Linda, would you?
Linda Williams, 1075 Ramos. So is Solera asking to be annexed? Do they care if they're county or if they're city? Does it make any difference to them at all?
They are asking to be annexed, and the county is probably asking.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can he just answer it? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, answer that question.
You still get your 3 minutes, Linda. We're just letting it.
It's a great question, and kind of how did this all start in the first place? So initially, we had planned to stay in the county. And in going through the process with the Water Conservancy District and the development agreement that we have for them for the water, their board, which is made up of other mayors of other cities, and the actual city of Tokerville, the elected officials at the time, asked the Water Conservancy District to make it a requirement for us to come here and determine if we could go through a process of annexation. So the annexation is not something we asked for. It is something that the Water Conservancy District required us to do at the request of Tokerville City. So we're here complying with that request. One way or the other, we're not really have I don't want to say we don't have a preference, whether we're in the county or not, or Tokerville, but we don't really have a preference. So if we come in, we come in. If we don't, we don't. There are considerations. It is more expensive for us to come into Tokerville, but we also understand that the resources that will be provided by the annexation to the city of Tokerville will be beneficial at some point with the development, it gets larger. And again, we're the developer of the lots. We're not the builder of the homes. Those fees are paid by the home builder that are then passed on to the residents that will eventually live here. So we're a little agnostic as it relates to paying those fees, because we actually don't pay those fees, the residents do, but they're going to benefit the city in some ways. What we're trying to do is accomplish in this development agreement a balanced approach, because in the county, we don't have a lot of those fees. The builder will not have a lot of those fees. So it is cheaper for home buyers to develop in the county. So the houses will be more affordable in the county than they will be in the city. But there's a balance between the benefits that'll come to the city and the county. So we're kind of, I wouldn't say caught in the middle, but we're trying to be good neighbors and explore that on both sides, just so the information is out there and it doesn't make really any difference to us what actually happens. So you could recommend it, not recommend it. It'll get built one way or the other. So we're I guess that's our position.
So
don't really care.
Can you clarify? I guess I must. So did the water district request you to come and ask for the annexation, or did Tokerville City ask you to come?
The water board requested it at the request of the city.
So our city requested.
Because you're a member of the compact for the Water Conservancy District, and they said, hey, instead of the district providing the water directly to the development, we have a city nearby that's part of our compact. They're already serving residents. Why don't you try to see if they'll take you? And we said, we're kind of agnostic. We just need water to be served. And the Water Conservancy District has, under state statute, the responsibility to serve water to their jurisdiction, which is the entire county, regardless of what city we're in or what property, any of those things. They have the obligation. So we have a development agreement that's already approved with the water at the Water Conservancy District. They just wanted the city to possibly be the beneficiary of some of these fees, if possible.
So the city requested you annex into them to get service from them.
Let me clarify a little bit.
I heard that if you stay in the county, that Tokerville City still bills the water. Is that correct?
I don't know how, that would be between the Water Conservancy District and Tokerville.
Okay.
So, and I also do work for the Water District as well. So I have a little bit of, it's not inside information, it's not public information, but it's only been in the last 6 months at most, that the county made a decision and went to the water district and said, you will provide water to development in unincorporated areas. If you go up the Weber Basin, as an example, the Weber Basin Water Conservancy District refuses to provide water to any place that's not in an incorporated area. You must incorporate first before you get water from the water district. So state law doesn't require water districts to provide water to unincorporated areas. Counties can make that decision, and it's only when within the last several months, post-dating Solar's development plans, that the county has said, we will provide for development in unincorporated areas, and the water district needs to provide water to those unincorporated areas. So prior to that, there was a push from the county and water districts to say, that's a service the county doesn't provide, please go try and incorporate or annex in.
Okay.
And so why would the city say things like, well, they should request annex in to the water board, because that's the policy that was in place at the time.
But now it's not.
But now, and it's a recent now, that's changed. But back when this whole ball got started, the prior policy was that the water district was doing their best not to provide retail water service, only wholesale water service. And frankly, because I did the research on this, there's another water district up north that 2/3 of their budget is to supply, no, 60% is to supply the retail service. And that is like 10% of the water they supply. Because they then have to provide the equipment to maintain it, to install it, and do everything. Whereas if you just provide wholesale, then the cities have that obligation, and then the city's charged for it. And so that's the landscape, if you will, where the city would have approached the water district to say, hey, we would ask them to try to annex in because there wasn't going to be water provided to unincorporated areas. That's now changed.
Okay, Linda, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand everything that was just said and if that answered my question at all. But it's still, I don't see how it benefits Tokerville. It seems like we're going to get the benefits anyway, whether we own the property or not, or claim it. And how about if we let the county do all this development and then we annex it later?
I think we've asked that question before.
Then you have like 1,500 people weighing in on that decision.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
As opposed to one entity.
That's a lot of petitions that have to be sent out.
Any other public hearing on these items? Public comment, please.
Kathy Bentz, 370 West Shangri-La. Oh, my goodness, you gotta love the state that tells us what to do. And we certainly appreciate when there are city leaders that have the, I'm not sure the polite word to say, but are willing to stand up to the state. I don't know if it's possible, but I agree with what Mila said and what Linda said and what Lynn said. Do we know that we have a benefit, especially if we can wait and get the commercial that you're talking about, because you get the rooftops. Why do we have to get the rooftops? Because it seems to me that observing that we're just getting rooftops and rooftops and rooftops, and I'm not hearing anyone saying from the last city council meeting I was in that our taxes are going down with all these rooftops. Nobody seems to be saying that's going to happen. So I don't know how that can happen. I also want to mention, I get very nervous when I hear exemptions. Since this is for 7 and 8, when you talk about exemptions for these developers, the nightly rentals, as Gary maybe is going to point out, because I heard him say recently that we have citizens, your constituents, not your constituents, but our city council's constituents anyway, who are trying to run nightly rental businesses. And why are we allowing exemptions so that a developer can come in and suddenly just have all these exemptions and they can have nightly rentals like crazy and become the competition for the current citizens paying the taxes, trying to make a living. And so that concerns me. And that's all.
Anybody else?
Don't start the timer yet. So I was prepared to
Gary,
speak to.
Gary, who are you?
Gary Chaves.
Still on.
226, yeah. I was prepared to speak to the nightly rentals and also the development agreement. So I have 3 minutes for that, 3 minutes for that. So I'm extending my time, taking the liberty to extend time if I need it, okay? But to the development agreement, I've learned a lot tonight. Obviously, I'm going to say that the open space is a violation, the density is a problem. The setbacks are changed to 5 feet instead of 10 feet. And the nightly rental density goes from 5 and 6% to 13%. So, but as far as I'm concerned, if things are going to happen anyway, okay, and this thing is coming anyway, why don't we need to negotiate this, okay? The development agreement isn't something that Tocqueville prepared. The developer prepared it. So we sit down with them and we tell them what our bottom line is going to be and negotiate a development agreement out that's in line. We had to do that with Firelight. We had to do that with Boulder Ridge. And my question is, what's Boulder Ridge going to say? Because I was totally against them going 15 ERUs. And he can't do it now because of my vote. And now he's going to come around and say, oh, Chaves is off city council, I'm coming back. The same with Firelight. We gave them, this is our bottom line, and they had to comply with it. Let's negotiate something if we have to negotiate it, rather than just say, I recommend this thing the way it is. It's not right the way it is. So, and with that, I didn't know there's a PID, but just so you know, a PID means that there's going to be a secondary tax, property tax to those homeowners. And we're talking about affordable housing. Well, now how can they afford property taxes when they have a second tax on top of that? The developer's not paying for infrastructure. They're initially paying for it, but they're getting paid back from the homeowner on a second property tax. That's not affordable housing as far as I'm concerned. It's profit making. So I'm going to nightly rentals. There are 2 nightly rental ordinances that this city worked very hard at developing, one for residential and one for developments, which was Firelight. An ordinance was created that way. Okay, I'm looking at this development agreement, and they don't want to use the ordinance that's ready for using that the developer is designed. They want to use the residential one, and then they want to turn around and change the residential one to fall in line with their development agreement, which means both ordinances that we have don't apply to this development. They will be developed in the development agreement, and that's why they're asking for 13. In addition to that, the reason we have the nightly rental development agreement, because there's criteria that we have. There's like a dozen items that we put in there related to who they're going to call when there's an emergency. Is somebody on call? Is there a maintenance person available? Is there all these things that we put into this, they're going to be exempt from unless we negotiate it back into the development agreement. So at least we get something back out of this thing. But that's my first 3 minutes. Okay. All right. So if you read it, it's confusing, but they don't want to comply with either of our 2 ordinances that we have. They want to create another one built into the development agreement. Looking at the general plan, the general plan illustrates concerns that Tocqueville has. Number 1, on page 7, they're concerned about short-term rentals. The city is concerned about tourist facilities and concerned about reducing traffic. That's in the general plan. The general plan 8 through 9 shows multiple zone scenarios, none of which include short-term rentals. On page 6, There are 6 factors that stand out in the general plan: a quiet community, a small town, an atmosphere, an open space, safety, dark skies, and clean air. That's what that general plan states are the main concerns or main desires of our residents. Housing. On page 17 of the general plan, they want caps on short-term rentals, and they recommend hotels rather than short-term rentals by developers. On page 19, they want to implement caps on short-term rentals. On page 30, they want to limit short-term rentals. On page 55, you can promote short-term rentals and tourism if we need to generate revenue. I don't know if we're at that point yet. So the recommendations that we have in our general plan limit short-term rentals and support low-density zoning. So, and by the way, yes, the state's going to start putting some constraints on us for low-income housing and higher density, but we're not at that level of a city yet. Wait till we get there, and then we can start doing something about it. What do we tell Firelight and Boulder Ridge that we're now bending for Solera, and you guys had to follow and be compliant with the city ordinances? When I compared the differences between what developers can do with short-term rentals and what our residents can do, I ask myself, who are we serving? Okay, because there are some people that need that income coming in from short-term rentals. They are residents here. And every time that development rental thing comes up, it takes away what a citizen of this town can do. And so they, you know, and I have a short-term rental. And believe me, I was changing sheets today and cleaning toilets because my housekeeper wasn't there. I don't like doing that, but guess what? I have no pension account, so I need that extra income because Social Security isn't enough. So, and I'm not, this isn't just for me, I can get by, but there are a lot of people in the same situation. And anyway, these are our neighbors, and we need to negotiate is what my point is on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
My name is Mike Franzese. I live at 1540 South Ash Creek Drive up on the hill, Tocqueville Heights. And he said every word I was going to say. So I'll just add a couple of things to it. From what I understand, Tocqueville owns more real estate than Hurricane. I think that's true. We're looking at a piece of property that doesn't belong to Tocqueville, that doesn't meet any of our requirements for our general plan. As Mila, did I say your name right?
Yes, it's Mila, thank you.
Mila stated that she looked at the general plan and the developer is not willing to waver on any of that. He's going to build it his way.
You're talking about the agreement, correct?
Right. Okay. So you're going to have high density housing and you're going to have rentals that don't agree to our other plan that we have for Tocqueville. Okay. Why do we need this piece of property? We own more property than Hurricane. By the time you start developing other areas in Tocqueville, you'll get your commercial property, you'll get your residential property, and you won't have to bend to a developer that's not willing to meet any of our requirements. Don't take the property. Are you going to, once you take this piece of property, you're going to go to the developer afterwards and say, you can't build these houses because it doesn't meet our general plan? Because that's what you're going to have to do unless you change the general plan. And that's been tried many times before. Okay? So you can't really bend to this. Like he said, you're going to have all the other developers that come in the future saying, hey, you did it for this 200 acres. You can do it for us. So you're either going to have to change your general plan to accommodate this, or let's start developing the land that we already own and get our commercial income from that and residential income from that. And not something that's not even part of our property. Because once you open the door, you're not going to be able to close it. Like he said, you're going to get the other developers that have already started. You'll have lawsuits against you. You already got a couple of lawsuits against you. There's going to be more. Okay? So I don't think you really ought to buy this piece of property, take over this piece of property. You're not forced to do it. But don't let a developer make their set of rules and then you have to apply by them. We have our own set of rules and they don't meet any of them. So that's all I need to say is that we need to develop the land that we already have, not take on something new that's going to open up the door and lawsuits in the future with developers that have already started and new developers that want to come in and say, oh yeah, I want to have at least 15% nightly rentals and I want to have high density housing and I want to put 700 or 800 houses on 200 acres. But that's what you're going to open the door for. We don't own this property. Walk away from it. It's going to be lawsuits.
Okay, anybody else for public?
Quick question. I'm Dave Scare from 204 North Sunrise. Where in the public record can I find the Tokerville mayor's name that asked the water district to go through this circular argument?
I don't know the answer to that.
Somebody must know. It's in the public record. I mean, you know,
Grant a request.
It was actually done, it was the city administrator in that meeting.
It was part of the water district meeting, not the city.
And the way he was explaining was somebody in the city asked the conservancy to go through that. So maybe I misunderstood the explanation.
What he's saying is the water district board is made up of various mayors from the municipalities within this county. And part of it, so then the board meets, you know, and then there's, at that meeting, yeah, Ben would make that request, but he would talk to the council about it. It was a request made because at the time.
So Ben made this request? What request did he make?
That they apply for annexation.
Because at the time.
And it's written down somewhere. Somebody just show me where it's written down. Where it's talking about. That's all I'm asking for.
I don't even know if
Have a request to the water district.
Oh my
if that's what you want.
Yeah, October 2025 board meeting, I guess it's like the 8th.
Yeah, so that's a water district minute, not a city minute.
Yeah, so the minutes for that meeting are public record and you could get those from the district.
Sure.
So I can come to the district and.
The water district.
To the water district.
You go to the Washington County Water Conservancy.
Sometime October.
Okay.
What you're saying?
Yeah, 8 months ago, yeah.
You can come in and ask. Sir?
Thank you.
Brian McNary, still 1290 Rainbow Bridge. Ever since I moved here, I can now understand there's like no concept of home rule in this state. Granted, I'm from Idaho, and when in Idaho, an incorporated city is boss. We don't cater to this stuff. So I feel like Tokerville is this carcass with all these buzzards circling it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we got this giant piece of land, and the water district's telling us what to do, the county's telling us what to do, and then the state's saying, well, you guys got to do this. That's why I got to looking at this. So this state offers what they call a charter city. It's as close to home rule as you get. Tooele is the only city that's based as a charter city. And if you look at the benefits of becoming a charter city, you have a lot more control over your city. So in my last, hey, do we have any control over this? Yeah, if you're a charter city, you do. But the way it stands now, you know, we got 5 different bosses telling us what we can do and what we can't do. And I find it very upsetting that there's no concept of home rule, that whatever Salt Lake says we got to do, we do. And I don't think that's entirely true. I just barely scratched the surface of this. So in all fairness, I don't know what the downside is to this. I looked at some upsides to becoming a charter city, and most of it has to do with having control over your boundaries and being in charge of them above what a county might be able to tell you to do. We just say, no, we don't want to do it. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. This is a piece I was going to give to the council. I just thought I'd throw it out because Marla brought up the control issues. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Brought up the control issue.
Any other public comment on this?
You can only comment once, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's
We can
two
read your
items
thoughts.
that you're talking about.
Yeah, you could
90
comment on
days.
another item. Linda did that, you can do it too.
Yeah.
Kathy Bentz, 370 West Shangri-La. I'm sorry, I just have to note that our city manager is a sweet guy, but isn't that interesting that this came from a city manager? And my experience with cities is that city managers love to grow their cities because that's their job. They don't necessarily live here, but this, we're saying, came from our city manager. That's how this all got started. So I don't know what that means, and I don't mean that he's a bad guy. I just mean we were just told this is who gave the direction for Tokerville to even get involved in this from a city manager. And I also don't understand the water either. It's very confusing. I'm sure that doesn't mean that Tokerville would be giving up some water rights for this, but I don't know. It just sounds like there's so much to consider. Anyway, thank you.
Chairman, can I interject one thing here real quick? Because Ben did not just go to them and say, hey, annex in. You need to realize the full content of that meeting. I was not there, but if you look at the meetings, the minutes, you'll see the full context. There was a lot of conversation by the district board before this was done. There was a lot of different conversation that happened. And so Ben did not just go, hey, bring this over, bring it in. You know, we want more revenue. We want more citizens. We want more housetops. Like I say, I was not at that meeting, but from the context and the understanding of that meeting, yes, he might have said that, but or requested that, but there was a lot more. The full context of the conversation needs to be understood. You're only getting a small part of it by saying he requested it.
I will add to that too. What I said earlier about it being in the annexation policy plan, we are going to bear the impacts of this development. So he said we should consider it as a part of our annexation policy plan. Doesn't mean we have to take it. It's just, we should have the chance to consider it. You should have the chance to consider it because we are going to bear some of those impacts, and it is within our plan, which we had just barely adopted before that meeting.
Which is why we're considering it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
You were going to consider it anyway.
Right. And that makes sense. I mean, if we didn't have the opportunity and it didn't come to us, and then all of a sudden we found out that we have, increased taxes or whatever with something that's happening on the county side, because we still have impacts of that, I don't think any of us would be happy about that either. And that is out of our control.
Okay, so any more public comment? Did we get a motion to close public comment on these items?
I'll make a motion to close public comment.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hate to lose the audience, but let's take a 5-10 minute break
Yeah.
and reconvene at, I hate to say it, 8:45. Is that good enough time?
Yeah.
Just
Do we
stand
need a
up.
motion for that, or?
8:40.
Do we need a motion to take a break?
Yeah.
8:41, you mean?
I think he extended it to 8:45, which is closer to 13, 12 minutes.
Oh,
That's okay.
I got it.
8:45 is good.
5 minutes. Okay. back to order. Thank everybody for taking a few breaks. So if I look at it, we're on E6.
Let's give them a holler because it's still. You
Yeah,
got- Yeah.
I was looking into that.
Can anybody whistle?
Are they coming?
Charter City.
Give a holla, holla, holla.
Charter City.
Let's roll.
Anybody want to come back in there, reconvene? Back on the floor.
You'll have a better seat. Look, Wayne, you can be at the front now.
That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, call this meeting back to order and thank you guys for tolerating me to take a short break. We're on item E, business 6, discussion possible recommendation on a pre-annexation agreement between Torkerville City and Solera Communities, LLC and RE Developers, LLC for a tax ID number 3151-A-1-HV, a 200-acre property currently located in unincorporated Washington County, Utah, proposed for residential development. Commissioners, any more questions to staff? Any more comments?
I do want to clarify a couple of things if I could. Just comments that were made, I have a few thoughts on. In terms of control, I just want to make sure, and Darren might be able to speak to this better than me. There's a few more things we have control of other than just what's in the development agreement. Like they said, they've come to the table with the terms that they want us to accept. Gary would like us to negotiate them, and some of them may be negotiable, but their development's going to happen in the county whether we decide to or not. And so some of that may not be negotiable, but we do have other areas of control. The infrastructure, for example, everything would have to be built to the city's standards, which I know was a big consideration for engineering. Especially if eventually they annex in later, then we take control of those roads that were built to the county standards instead of ours. So just something to think of. We also have control over enforcement. So they may not have to comply with our zoning codes, but they will have to comply with other codes of the city, and we will have the enforcing authority over that, whether that's police or code enforcement and those types of things. I heard a lot of mention of they are violating our code, and I think Bruce has gone over the development agreement allowances in state code, and so rather than thinking of it as a violation of state code, it's not matching with our city code, but it's not necessarily going to be a blanket violation. If we don't like it, we want it to follow our code, then we don't have to accept that. In terms of the property tax, I heard a few times people mention, are we going to have to increase property tax for this? And so generally, the property tax you receive from a new development pays for that new development. We should not be increasing property tax here to pay for that. The only time we increase property tax is to maintain our current level of service. And so their property tax that they contribute will cover that. And in reality, a lot of what it covers is kind of our aging infrastructure here. There's kind of a lag time in seeing the benefits of that property tax. The property taxes that we receive from this area of town do not pay for maintaining the infrastructure here. We need that new development and that new income to pay for that. So that's just something to consider. And sales tax. We do get the benefit of, and I don't want it to sound like I'm advocating, I just want to clear up a few things that were said. We do receive the benefit of the sales tax whether they annex or not, but we also receive a proportionate sales tax based on population. So that will increase if our population increases. I feel like that covers just a few things I want to clarify that were maybe misstated or needed clarification. And I know Bruce also has a really good presentation, so if we, I don't know if you want to get through that.
Your power.
Oh, that's okay, we can do that. I would, to go along with what Emily was saying. Lawsuits, leverage, agreements, that's, for better or worse, that's my job, that's my life, right? That's what I do all the time. This, you negotiate things when you have a leverage to do that, give and take. There really is none here. It's not like every developer can walk in and say, this is what we're doing, please accept it, Everyone else has to do a development agreement in line with what the ordinance of this city require, and this is somewhat of an anomaly, but it's an anomaly on your borders, so you're dealing with it. Now, do you want to just go through the PowerPoint just to see if it's of any help to you?
Let me ask a quick question before I lose sight of it here.
Sure.
And it was mentioned, I think it was mentioned by one of the community members, I believe it was you, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but you spoke about potential lawsuits from existing developers due to lack of fairness because they're developing per certain standards and all of a sudden now we've got this new situation. Do you feel like we could have a higher potential of lawsuits from existing developers because what they're adhering to is not the same as what the new guy is coming in?
No.
Okay.
And the reason, short answer for no is, it goes back to that same slide I showed you further. Development agreements can do a few things, one of which is address annexation. Everybody else is already in, right? So they don't have the opportunity to say, with respect to annexation, we want to do X. They're already in, they can't make that request. And two, again, that same statute allows this body to make in real terms, create a zoning district for that area through this process. That's not what people inside the municipality really have the ability to do, because you already have the set ordinances. They're going to apply for this zone, MPDO, whatever, to go through the process to do what they want. This one is just different. And so I'm not looking at, I think it's got enough differences that I don't see how others are going to be able to argue, we want to be treated just like them. When you're not, if you were just like them, then make that argument to me, but you're not just like them.
Yeah, I think it's being pushed that every developer is going to want this product that's going into Solera. And the answer is no. Not every developer wants this product. Not every developer is set up for this type of product. So to say that every developer known to man is going to want, it's like, that's just not realistic. Not everybody wants to drive the same car, right? It just.
So those are good points. I understand it. I'm just, and I do my best job to advise clients on how to stay out of court.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
And if I saw a high risk, I would tell you. I could be wrong. I just don't see a high risk in this situation because of all the differences.
I guess the question is, do you see a greater risk than with the annexation versus a risk that we would have within our boundaries and that are current?
I don't see any greater risk. Okay. Real briefly, I've helped sort of guide the process, if you will, how we get here and how it's noticed and all, to comply with LUDMA. And
Comply with what?
sorry, the Utah Municipal Land Use Development Management Act.
Oh, okay.
And sort of LUDMA. Like, okay, if you're in the county, it's called CLUDMA, and if you're in the cities, it's MLUDMA, Municipal LUDMA. But it's that statute that empowers cities to even zone at all. And you can only zone at all if you have a planning commission. And then the planning commission has this job, right? So we're in that process. And you're simply following the state processes to consider this issue. And just like you would, even when you consider the state processes on the other stuff, it's because those land use regulations that you're starting your ordinances have already followed a state process to become an ordinance, and then you can then follow that ordinance, but it had to follow that state process to get to be an ordinance. And right now, you are following the state process in considering this development agreement for Solara and a pre-annexation.
Well, it's interesting because somebody had actually asked me, they said, why can't you just annex the land without the development? And so I had to do some research on that. I thought, well, that's kind of an interesting question. And I don't think, obviously, but why is that? And because it is a state statute and there are state laws of the process of annexation. And when you already have a property owner, so if it was just vacant, unincorporated land and, it didn't have ownership, that would be a different story. We'd be looking at a much different animal, but
Currently,
you
all
have to
land has
petition.
ownership.
Right. Well, yes, you have to petition that those landowners in the surrounding, whatever that is, in order, and then the landowner have a vested right to discuss and be a part of that process on their terms. Otherwise, we would just take away people's land left and right.
Yeah, so I'm good with it. You guys have the hard decision to make. Well, I'm good with the process.
Yeah.
Legally, I think the process has been satisfied. And Solara's counsel, I've talked with him, and I think you guys agree that he also agrees that the process just the process, the hearing here, going for the council, that is all agreeable by him as well, appropriate process. And he does municipal law as well. That's what he does, right? So I'm not worried about this one.
I have one question. How much negotiation will we be able to engage in with Solara after, if we're to put this in, annex this? Are we pretty much locked into what this development plan is, or?
Yes, and we've spent time getting it to that point because you don't want to negotiate after the fact. You will be on the losing side of that negotiation because you would have had a general development agreement without much specifics in it. And then they would be able to say to you repeatedly, well, look, we have a general right to do this. And I think that this development agreement, as you recommended, however you recommend, whatever form you recommend it in, the council will make that decision, but that agreement will be like any other development agreement. Once it's done, it is an agreement.
It's legally binding.
And then if there is a desired amendment, because let's say something weird happens and Solara says, gee, we need to pivot, market change, somehow the only one that can buy property more than millionaires, and so we're gonna build big houses up here on the ridge, whatever. Then they must come back through a public hearing process, because it would be a material amendment, and amend the development agreement. And then there's points for discussion there. Because then there's, I really hate using the words leverage because I don't try to apply leverage when I'm doing a deal with someone, but you each have a position that you can assert. Right now, we don't have a lot of position to assert because the development's going to be what it is. Right? It is. So how do I bargain with that? I don't. But Solara has been, I think, give him credit, willing to talk to Tocqueville if it will cost more, willing to identify some open spaces, common areas, park issues, deal with those things to give a little more certainty to that. You'll get impact fees. They want some credits. You may or may not agree with those credits. Council's going to weigh in on that as well. Right? But that's it. I mean, it's right at this point. It's, has been mentioned earlier tonight on other topics, kind of a black and white thing.
Yeah.
You run it through the process and then you spit out an answer. And that's where we're at.
So the purpose of the pre-annexation, because there's been questions about what's the difference between a pre-annexation and the annexation. My understanding is during the pre-annexation, which is where we are here tonight, is to solidify the development agreement and the terms.
Yes, because they probably would not file a petition to annex in the first place.
Right.
If they didn't know the ground rules by which they are approaching that petition
So-
with.
So if for some reason we had a disagreement with the development agreement, then there's no way we could do the pre-annexation agreement.
Well, that's why I suggested you open it up and have public hearing on all three of these things, particularly 6 and 7, because it kind of comes as a package. You're not going to, if you have ultimate reservation with the development agreement, and you're not going to recommend that on any form, then why would you recommend the pre-annexation? You're not.
Yeah. I guess because I thought maybe we could negotiate that, but I mean, I read the entire agreement and I agree with Mr. Chaves, there's some problems there, and I don't feel really solid on recommending that, although pre-annexation, we could still be talking about.
I don't think you can change the terms at this
Yeah.
point.
Because the development agreement, frankly, is an exhibit to the pre-annexation agreement for a reason, right?
Why doesn't that come first then? It's confusing that you have number 6 is the pre-annexation and then the development agreement after.
Because
Process.
it's part of, and the,
Somebody said so.
Okay.
The state says so, we just have to listen.
There's no real reason why,
I'm
it's
the one
just
that said
confusing.
so,
Somebody
right?
created it a long time
Because
ago.
frankly, I said so, I still think it's the right process, okay? I could give you a long-winded answer that will only burn more time.
Yeah, that's all good.
You're-
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is the proper process. So-
I think we're
Got a
hitting the
question.
wall
Oh,
here.
go ahead.
Like,
I just think to note, say you were happy with 98% of the development agreement and you just wanted less nightly rentals. You could recommend approval with that condition.
Contingency or
Conditions, yeah.
But if you don't like the rest of it, you wouldn't want to recommend approval. So there's a bit of leeway there in your recommendation, but only if you're recommending approval, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right. Could I ask of Laura, I should have recalled this, but I don't. Did the county development agreement give you nightly rentals? I think it did. That's what I thought.
And it was
How many
not-
did it give you? Do you recall?
300.
Yeah.
Right. So when you talk about negotiation,
Yeah.
that's down to 200.
Yeah.
Okay? So.
oh, it's 300 now? I thought it was.
It
It
was.
was.
It was.
The county gave them
If it's
300.
in the county, there'll be 300. So Laura.
I think I brought up at the last meeting, this area is saturated with vacation rental. There's a saturation here.
The world
And
is.
I agree with what Brother Chaves, or not, I mean, with what Mr. Chaves was saying about, what about the mom and pop people here with Airbnbs that are trying to,
I
You know.
don't disagree with that at all.
that was one of my concerns before.
And-
Can I ask one more question that I never got answered? If it stays in the county and it doesn't get annexed, does Tokerville still bill for the water?
No, the county, not with the change that the county has made, the water district would supply water, as I understand it. And
Okay.
We have
But-
been.
Because I was told the opposite of that,
Well,
actually.
things changed.
Okay,
So
okay.
After this request to seek annexation, the county changed their position, the water district changed their position. So the short of it is, the road and all those things of maintenance of the road, this city is going to be burdened with no matter where the development is. And you get some impact fees to help offset some things, or you don't. And you get some say over the development, or you don't. There's what I'll call concessions, and I'm not here to, I have
No dog in this fight.
I don't have a dog in this fight, but I've also been in fights where I'm dealing with a bulldog on the other side. And I would just tell you, the Solara hasn't been that way. They've stated their position. They've stated it clearly. They've studied it effectively. And they'll say they'll bend where they can bend and not bend where they don't want to bend, right? But it's been a civil conversation the entire time. And they have given some concessions if this project were to go through Tokenville.
Give me an idea how much time you have in your PowerPoint.
I can speak fast.
I would love.
You give me
to see the.
Well,
7
knowledge
minutes.
is power, and I kind of feel like we need more knowledge here.
We had our cookies, go
Yeah, we
ahead.
were ready.
You got the sugar
Okay.
fix, we're good to go?
Go.
Okay, so Emily, I just tell you next, does that work? Okay. Yeah, let's skip pre-annexation. I'm gonna skip pre-annexation because that's sort of like part and parcel of the whole thing. So let's get to the meat and potatoes. So keep going. Okay, development agreement. 200-acre project, 1,500 homes, includes open space, parks, trails, and some things. We're gonna be there anyway, and some more short-term rentals, 100 less than in the county. Next. Again, maximum 1,500, the average density, oh, thank you, is 7.5 dwelling units per acre. I would tell you that within the development agreement, there's some reference to knocking down a knoll there.
Yeah.
That would be, otherwise maybe not fit with your hillside stuff, but we talked with Darren and all, and this, I don't want to keep using the term anomaly, but out there, this knoll is sort of an anomaly for the area, and it doesn't make sense to leave it there and not build around it, right? So, there's just a quick look at what the project may likely look like upon completion. There's the proposed uses, and I'm showing all this because, again, this is what you would see in a zoning ordinance, right? As far as uses and setbacks and stuff, this is what's already in there.
This was in our packet.
Yes, it's gonna be in your packet. Short-term rentals, get that put together. Open space, at least 10% and not more than 12% of the gross acres of property. Open space, that shows you some open space areas that's in your packet. This defines what's to be included open space. Let me get to what I really want to get to. There's some of the off-site improvements. Again, that would be part of any development, going through those things. Second point of access through the BLM. Darren sort of addressed that earlier. That's in play.
Question.
Yes.
With our requirement, subdivisions is supposed to have 2 ways of access. I'm really concerned because of the fire danger and everything. What would happen if at that north kind of got blocked, and how are they gonna get out? And things like that. I'm not gonna.
I'm not the fire marshal kind of guy, so I would punt and have that person answer.
But we're talking about up to 600
Well,
units, and what is it, 20
well-
parcels, right?
He has a comment.
raised
Yeah, so Sean Fire Marshal from the Hurricane Valley Fire
Yes.
District basically said, look, the fire department already has kind of an eminent domain-like access to anybody's property, anywhere, anytime, anyplace. They'll knock down fences, they'll try to do things. So there are dirt road accesses all the way that reach to Silver Reef, cut across that south property we looked at when we were up there, and you can get access to that. So there would be, he said they would use those roads to access that in the case of some blockage on that north road on Mill Street.
So they can get in. no
That's
matter
for them to get in though. What about for like evacuation if people needed to get out?
Again, the fences leading to I-15.
Yeah.
Mow that stuff down, people drive right out on I-15.
Okay.
If you have a 4-wheel.
There's ways to, and that road is literally like 40 feet or 50 feet from I-15, and they would, the appropriate authorities would block down access and get people out.
And they do, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen.
So I mentioned the grading exception, that knoll, we dealt with that. It's
Yeah,
sort of
that's
seen as a de minimis
That's obvious,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Impact fee credits, this is one I want to spend just a little more
Yeah,
time on.
I
Okay.
agree.
Again, Solara, at our request, ours, when I say the city collectively, we were part of that meeting, but they added specificity, so we would know exactly what they were looking for. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this is what I would say to you. As a planning commission, when you look to either recommend approval or denial, I'm just going to go off a theoretical approach for now. What if you were to recommend approval, you could recommend approval with exceptions. I recommend approval, except I don't recommend approval for the credits of, and then list off the credits you don't recommend approval. you could recommend approval with saying, I think all of those things are entitled to credits. Again, the council will consider that, line it up against what the ordinances might allow, but you can, what I'm saying is if this, or even if it was the null exception, you could say, I recommend approval with the exception of the null removal. You can do that sort of thing. So the credits being sought are for transportation, and frankly, there's probably some of that because they're gonna have to improve all of Mills Lane and pave that all the way down. So they'll be paving a lot of property outside of their area that others will benefit from. So I'm not the impact fee. It's not my bailiwick to opine on that tonight, right? But I'm aware of that. Whether there's also something for culinary water improvements, storm drain improvements, parks, trails, land dedications, electrical infrastructure, fee waivers and credits associated with development of constructed improvements. Those things, you might have an opinion on those.
They're basically asking for credits on pretty much everything that they obtain, right?
But we, at least it's specific, so you know what it is, and you can say yes or no in your recommendation. There will be an amendment process. Again, if it's material, as an example, if they wanted to switch and say, we want to go to low density and we want just 10 estate lots up there or whatever, you know, 'cause we can sell those for $1 million a piece. That has to come back through the traditional process, public hearing, all that, okay? Moab got into trouble because they had a development agreement and they went and made a material amendment without going through the public process, and it was challenged. And that was determined contract zoning because why? They didn't go through the public hearing process. So if it's material, you just run it back through the public hearing process and all's well. All's well
So it
in terms of.
basically just amends the agreement and then we go through the process of approving that new agreement.
Yes, you go through the process, public hearing, public meeting, just like you would for a material amendment. If it's a minor thing, there's no sense to do that for non-material amendments. Here's a list of some of the things that would be determined as non-material within the agreement.
If it does not.
If it does not do these things, if it does not increase those things, sorry, I couldn't, there was a glare right there. So I'm like, okay, thank you. If it doesn't do those things, it's not material. If any of those things are affected, which are the things you're most concerned about, then it's got to go through this public process again. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can thank Kayla for that. She just put it together. I just got, talk like I
You got to be the presenter.
Any more questions, concerns, comments from the board?
I think that I'm a classic summarizer, so I'm going to summarize quickly here.
Sounds good.
Summarize
away.
We can either say there's a lot of stuff that is not in compliance with city code in this, and therefore, because we are planning commission, that's our responsibility, then we deny this. And let city council deal with it, because, you know, that they're elected officials, they respond to the public. You know, I mean, we obviously listen to the public as well. But the other way to look at this is the city of Tokerville is going to benefit from this. This will be bringing tax revenue and it's going to happen whether we do it or not, you know, whether we annex it or not. And it looks like it might be beneficial financially to annex it. And then, so I mean, that I'm waffling between those two positions right now.
I am too, but I don't see a guarantee of when or how much of the fiscal benefit there's going to be with.
There's a lot of costs
Yeah.
associated with, we won't truly understand the effect of that until
Right.
we're already in it.
But how many costs are going to be incurred by the city of Tokerville regardless of whether we annex it?
Well, we're gonna have those costs with also all the other development,
Right.
whether it's Fire Lake or, we have another new development that's gonna be coming at us soon,
True.
So,
But
it's a really hard, I started looking at this last week and one day I was like, oh, I have my answer. And then the next day it changed and it's been, bloop, bloop,
Me too. I've been,
because it's a hard decision. And I know a lot of people think, well, it's black and white. But I think we do also have to go through our 9 points. That is what we have to do.
that is
We
our
have to
job.
look at that.
It's our job to look at the code and the 9 points.
And our job of what we have to evaluate in those 9 points. However, in addition to evaluating that, this is a very unique situation.
That's
We're not
true.
evaluating a raw piece of property that somebody's coming in and saying, hey, we're proposing to build this, and if we denied it, it wouldn't happen.
Right.
That's what makes this so unique.
Right.
Is that this is the first time that we are considering something
It's gonna happen.
that's gonna happen, and we're gonna pay something for it regardless. We don't know what that is.
But we're still gonna get benefit.
We're gonna get benefits
Regardless.
regardless, because it's still rooftops that are going to impact, and bring in income for us. So, there's a lot of yes, but, and I think that's so much of what I've been going through all weekend is, yes, this is a problem, but it could be a benefit. Yes, this is a benefit, but.
But the could is so out
Right.
there. There's
Right.
not a clear answer for that part of
But I
it.
think we're kind of at that point where we do need to go through those 9 things. We need to talk about that. And then we can kind of continue going, okay, beyond those 9 things, which is our job, knowing that this is different, really weigh what we understand today, because that's all we understand, is do the benefits of annexing this into Tokerville outweigh the potential financial impacts?
And that's where we don't have a clear answer. That's why
And-
we're
and
so.
we won't, but we have to do the best of our ability to recommend to the city council, who will ultimately make that decision.
And I would say this is just general knowledge, but all residential development, it never pays for itself.
Right.
Any residential, why does Tokenville have struggling with the tax base? Because it's predominantly residential.
Right, we don't have.
And so you're not gonna make money off of residential. The only way you make money off of residential is residential then drives other.
The rooftops
Yeah,
drive.
and there is no commercial in
Trying
this.
to make an
So,
analysis, will this residential development, just as a residential development benefit us? The answer is no. No residential development does.
Commercial inside of Solara, what was it, like 10% or something?
no, there wasn't any.
There wasn't any.
There's no
none?
commercial.
There's none.
Initially, when we applied to the county, the first development agreement, there was a significant amount of commercial.
Okay,
But then when we learned that there was a significant development with Boulder Ridge that had commercial,
okay.
it made less sense for us
For you to
because
compete against that.
they were right on the freeway and ours would be 2 miles down the road.
Right,
So we
right,
took
okay.
that out
So we
and made
pulled it out.
residential to support
Okay,
that commercial.
okay.
Okay.
Are the short-term rentals considered commercial in any capacity? They
They
are,
have a different tax rate
Right.
because they're second homes.
right, okay.
They will provide income through transient room tax.
That's what I thought, yeah, it's a different, so that's a higher tax that we could bring in on the municipality, okay. I would like to go over the 9 points and discuss that, just because we haven't done that yet, and that's our job.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, I don't know, I know.
Do you want to just read each one off and then we'll?
Well, I'm going to go through, part of, the planning commission is responsible for, number 1, reviewing the proposal as if it were a zoning decision, right? Applying the standards contained in the Tokerville City Code 10-8-3, evaluating consistency with the general plan. We've had a lot of conversation about that tonight. The annexation policy plan, which we talked about, the land management code, you're the body for that, and adopting infrastructure and service standards. We also have to review the impacts related to water, sewer, roads, emergency access, fiscal impacts, community character, environmental concerns, and long-term growth management. I think we've talked about all of those points. The one thing, so the environmental, there was all that studies in there that we all looked at, and we found that there's no artifacts or any sort of things that we've seen yet. Now, if you did come across something, you would have to stop development and, deal with the state on that. So under Tocqueville City Code 10-8-3, the commission must evaluate whether the proposal, I'm gonna go through these, one, addresses a recognized and demonstrated need in the community, is compatible with the character of the neighborhood and surrounding areas, avoids over-intensive land use or excessive depletion of natural resources, will not adversely affect the city's capital improvements program, will not require a greater level of community facilities and services than are currently available, will not create undue traffic congestions or safety standards, will not create significant environmental impacts, including air, odor, water, light, or noise pollution, will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the community, and is consistent with the general plan. So I'm sure we've all, put some thought into that, because we are required to consider those. But we also have to look at, some of the benefits that could come from annexation and weigh those against, the cons. Some of the benefits that I've noticed is long-term revenue potential. Rooftops bring in commercial, it's going to bring in more. It does bring in additional housing supply. This state wants us to bring in more housing. Now, I don't think this is going to be the market for a lot of first-time buyers. And, we look at, okay, we want to bring in commercial. We want to bring in the restaurants. We want to bring in, all of this, wonderful amenities that we're lacking here. But this is not the housing product that's probably going to house them. We're going to get our affordable or lower income housing out of our existing older residences, but we don't have that supply. So it's not helping us as far as our low income or affordable housing. It's just bringing in more housing I think that's more attainable.
Also, I think it's worthy to note location of where it sits in relationship.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I think there's weight in that
Yes.
as well.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
is way over on the other side of the freeway, not, right here in
Correct.
so where
But
does
I kind of disagree. I think with one thing that you said, I think DR Horton is going to put some homes in there but yeah, we have no guarantee that they're going to be.
In homes where? In
You're talking about affordable homes.
Oh,
we're talking about like the homes that the product that Solaris putting out? Is that
I
what
mean,
you're saying?
their least, their lowest level product?
I don't know.
Oh,
What were you saying?
well, that's a DR Horton question. Like,
What is the question?
Never mind. Okay.
We can't speculate
Yeah.
on what
Yeah.
product they're gonna put in here.
Right.
Okay. But I agree, it's probably not going to be low income housing.
I don't think so.
No, I don't,
I think there's a
can't.
small
Yeah,
market for that.
There's nothing more income
They,
anymore.
you're not gonna get that.
Low income
I should
versus
say
attainable.
affordable
Yeah,
housing.
right, attainable.
That's the.
We're gonna use this word.
I'm getting tired here.
No, you're good.
I either need a shot of caffeine or.
Maybe you got a Red Bull.
Yeah. So my concerns that I've kind of listed are the community character and the growth pace, cost to current residents required for infrastructure upgrades and potential property tax increase. We all know property taxes are going to go up no matter what. They never go down and they never stay the same. We have limited negotiating power. We've already talked about that, and the long-term vested rights. Financial exposure and long-term life cycle costs, of upgrading all of this. Wildfire risk was a big concern of mine, and I'm glad we discussed that.
Yeah.
Water supply and long-term water infrastructure, the short-term rentals, obviously. Affordable housing versus additional housing supply and attainable housing we talked about. And just the overall public infrastructure demands, and it really is, do the benefits, the income benefits outweigh a lot of the potential issues. I do have issues with Exhibit E and their request for the granting the developer entitlement to those impact fee credits reimbursements. So I do believe that that would be, if we were to recommend, that it would have to be contingent on removing some of those, because those are taking away the potential income that the city would get and instead putting it back in the developer's pocket. And that is not what we want to do. We want to make sure that we're protecting the impact, and that does not protect us. That's a protection to the developer, financial protection. Will the city have, sufficient revenue to offset these future operational and infrastructure costs? Those are just, that's pretty much it, so.
I mean, he did say 200, they're required to do 200 a year.
Yeah.
Right, so 7-year build out. And then also the property taxes, if there was this boundary, I think it was said that everything that falls inside that is, has to be maintained by the properties inside of that. Also, the control of roads and enforcement and some of those other things, I think hold a lot of weight for me.
Yeah.
Especially if you're talking about adopting something 10, 15, whatever, however many years down the road. To me, I feel like there's, that can be a challenge and messy.
Chairman, can I just interject one thing? Is basically, as you spoke to that, Commissioner Christensen, I would say, when something's built under different standards than what we have, the water standards are probably equal or greater than our standards as far as water supply and water lines and things, but the roads and different things, we require a little, those engineering requirements are greater than what the county does require. So in 10 years, let's not bring it in.
Right.
Because it will not meet, it's like adopting a whole bunch of private roads.
Right.
And saying, okay, now we're gonna make them public roads. Now we're gonna try and take care of these roads that don't meet our standards, don't meet our widths, don't meet our standard. It's difficult for the city to then at that time maintain those roads that we're used to having, so.
Well, I think, Mylan, on the 9 points, it doesn't apply with any of the 9 points.
I have a really hard time with the 9 points. And if you just came to me and said, without having done any research on this, and you just pulled me aside and said, hey, here's this big piece of property, blah, 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 go through these 9 points. Do these check the boxes? I'd have to say no.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't, because it's not a zone change inside the city. And I think we are hung up that the 9 points somehow apply, and they do not.
Or if they do, they apply in the sense that, like, compatible with, I'm paraphrasing poorly maybe, compatible with surrounding areas. You have to assume that it is compatible with itself, because it's going to be there, right?
Right, but correct me if I'm wrong, because I need to know this.
Yeah.
Is my job to evaluate this based on this 9 criteria or not?
It
It
is.
is, but what I'm telling
It
you, I
is.
think that, again, the word of the night seems to be, it's an anomaly,
Right.
right? So you have to look at
Put that
this.
aside or
Well,
just factor in
Look at,
additionally?
you have to factor some additional things in. You have to factor it in as though that product exists in that area. And you're evaluating those 9 factors to say, okay, given the fact that that product already exists in that area, with this same product in that same area fit?
Right.
Yeah.
And it kind of by default then does.
Yeah.
Because that product already exists.
Well, I disagree, because we have to look at this on everybody that comes to us on these developments and everything. And
Not understand
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But we're out of town, or we're across the line, and we're in the county. And then are we going to change those requirements and then let them come in? And then are they gonna be compliance or not? And they're not. So,
let me-
9 point, why do we have the 9 points?
Let me put it,
I didn't make the 9 points.
right, let me put it this way, a little differently. If Solar was coming from the county to the city without a development agreement in hand, without the approvals already obtained, without the development rights already in place, then yes, it would be fair to say that this doesn't fit and we can negotiate or, you know, we set these standards. In fact, I think, Emily, you might know off the top of your head, when annexation occurs in the typical course of things, don't they come in automatically like agricultural?
MU20, right.
They would come in as MU20, right? But the state code sets up the process, and I could give you why I think that's the case, because I know how those statutes are written. I've written some myself, okay? But this is not that situation. This is not like someone trying to annex with no entitlements. It's not like someone within the city already with no entitlements saying, I want entitlements. This is someone coming saying, I got a handful of entitlements. I'm willing to give up some to be in your city.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying if this had come in without the development and it's automatically, as we know, would be MU20.
20, yes.
Then we go through these 9 points and we decide, are we going to do this agriculture? Are we going to zone this R1? Are we going to zone this commercial? And then we make the decision.
Yes.
This decision is being taken away from us because there's already a product has vested rights already.
Yes, the county has delivered you.
It's already been approved.
It's
Yeah,
been
the-
approved.
The county, and not blaming anybody, not faulting, but the county has delivered or set the table.
It's basically a
And you're
finished
coming to the
product.
table that's already set, as opposed to a table that's not set.
Yeah.
The table is set.
Yeah.
And you have to evaluate this in that light, because it is, again, an anomaly.
Right.
But we also need to take into account what the citizens say. I haven't heard one citizen say, hey, we want to annex this.
There's not
Not one.
one citizen that says, bring me more growth. Every citizen, since I've been on this board, said I've come into this community and I'd like the door to close behind me, and I'm in that same boat, right? But growth, we're not trying to fight that growth can't happen. We're sitting on this board to establish how it looks.
I agree. I
Okay.
agree. I'm just,
Let me bring it back. Is this the first annexation in the city of
yes,
Porterville's ever had?
this is the first.
Well,
No,
no,
it's
it's
not.
not.
This
Oh,
is not, we've had the wind song that went clear up to there, basically where Firelight is. That was an annexation.
why didn't we have an annexation?
We
code
did,
then?
we did. It was outdated and it needed to get updated.
Okay.
That was, we had one, but it was just
Okay, I
outdated.
didn't, thanks for correcting us. I didn't know that.
No, where Firelight is, that used to be out in the county, I believe.
Yeah.
Then also
Okay.
the Windsong's annexation was the one that went clear up to Browse.
Okay.
Did we annex the Firelight area before?
Oh, long time.
Oh, yeah, long
Like,
before
before the even the alignment of the bypass was established.
Which is why this is such a unique situation, because we've already got a development.
Well, and you look at
Plan.
you look at your 9 criteria and you look at Firelight, none of the infrastructure was there.
Right.
You know, that's one of the 9 criteria. You can bring offsite infrastructure to a project. So how much does it cost? That's the burden of the developers.
And remember, the 9 criteria have nothing to do with annexation. They have to do with
Zoning.
the zoning.
The zoning, that's right, that is
So
zoning.
you can't conflate those two. Annexation is one thing,
Correct.
and that's the item you're really considering now. I know that's a little bit part and parcel.
They already.
But the 9 factors truly go to the zoning questions, not the, should they come in or not? But I'm just,
Okay.
but again, this is one that is not, there's probably few planning commissions who've dealt with this issue anywhere. Because we're
Yeah.
dealing with not just a development agreement, we're dealing with an annexation.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with them concurrently, and state law allows for that. I showed you the statute. And so Solara has done their homework, doing their job, they're here. And then, you'll do your job, which is review and make a recommendation. And you'll recommend, I know it's a package, but you'll do it one at a time. Recommend annexation
But they all go together.
with whatever limits, recommend development agreement with whatever limits put on that. And then truly the eighth item can be adopted without consideration of small whatsoever. They might be sort of the impetus for it, but it's worded in such a way it would apply to anyone who comes through this process.
Are there any conditions that the body feels like should be part if an approval is
Yes.
recommended? Like maybe that should be a discussion point. If an approval is kind of on the front of our minds, it's on the right in front of mind, are there conditions that should be part of it? Things that I'm trying to think how you said it, things that aren't material.
Well,
Right.
I
said that wrong.
So I'm really concerned because the city council is going to make those decisions. We can come up with a recommendation versus a recommendation, but the bottom line is the city council is
They're
going
gonna
to,
negotiate.
they're going to negotiate those. We really don't have the power.
But we can recommend that, if we
Kind
were
of-
to recommend approval, we still have to do a
So
contingent.
that's the truth with everything you do.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the last 3 hours have been what? Then, I
I
mean,
mean, it is, it's not like the recommendations mean nothing, they mean something. And the fact that
It's a document.
there's been.
And a very long
deliberation
YouTube
means a lot.
oh,
So you do have the ability to make a recommendation. And yes, is that maybe sometimes frustrating that all you make is a recommendation, knowing that it might not be followed.
Yeah.
It might be frustrating, but that's.
Well, we can recommend
Yeah.
against it, let the city approve it, and then we're the good guys and they're the bad guys.
Well, if that was
I'm kidding.
That thought did cross my mind.
I knew somebody had thought of that.
Me too.
Um,
Being open and honest.
I,
I want to note that we're not approving the annexation tonight. I know, just the pre-annexation. But we do
Pre-annexation.
still have to look at
But
the
like
annexation.
what we-
There are factors in that.
But we are.
that's true, but we're approving the development agreement and everything
It
that
does
goes
not
with it.
guarantee the annexation.
All of that is contingent upon any recommendation for approval of pre-annexation and the development agreement. It's all still contingent upon the property being annexed.
Right,
None of that is operative
right.
until the property is actually annexed.
I say we call the question.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Let's have the baby here,
We-
you know?
Okay.
Beat this horse to death.
yeah,
Do we
it's
have a
that.
motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Is everybody ready?
Hold on just a second. Sorry. We had a public hearing on 3 items.
This is on the pre-annexation
We
item.
have to close our, no.
No, we've already closed it.
Yeah, we need to close the public hearing.
Are you going to consider and make, you probably gotta make a motion on each one of those things.
Correct.
So the first motion might be to approve or disapprove
The pre-annexation, yeah.
And then my guess is,
This is
when
item
you
6.
get to conditions, the second motion might say approve the development agreement, and you might have some recommended conditions.
So this is on item
Six.
business E6, discussion and possible recommendation on the pre-annexation agreement between Tortorella City and Solara Communities.
Okay.
And I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to move forward on the recommended approval of the pre-annexation agreement for the Solera project between that and Tocqueville City.
Do you have any contingencies or conditions?
That would be, no, I do not, not on the pre-annexation.
But that's part of the agreement.
It would be a second recommendation.
The agreement's number 7.
Okay, sorry.
So do we have a second? Excuse me, do we have a second on the motion?
I second that.
Okay, we have a second. We'll call a question. I'll ask to go down the line.
Aye.
Why do I have to be next?
I'll be next. Nay.
Nay.
Aye.
No, that's not an I. That's a la la. This is a really hard decision. And like I said, I've gone back and forth. But I'm going to be honest with you. Without looking at those 9 things, and yes, they do play a factor, I'm really looking at, do I believe that the benefits of annexing this outweigh the potential impacts? And I have to go with my gut on this. I don't believe so. So I'm going to have to go nay.
Motion carries.
No,
The motion doesn't carry. No.
No, excuse me.
Motion fails.
So
Motion fails.
with that motion failing, there's no need to consider a motion on item number 7. Because there can be no development agreement without a pre-annexation.
Correct.
You need a different motion. You need to recommend it for denial or approval.
On the development agreement.
On this,
You're right.
you do need a motion
You're
one way or the
You
other.
need to have a motion, since you denied, not approve this one, but someone needs to make a motion on item number 7.
Go 6.
That was
Oh,
6.
that
motion failed, so we do not have a recommendation.
We don't have a recommendation. So
Oh, so do we have to make a
Well,
new?
the recommendation was,
To-
We would need a motion to recommend if that's.
okay, maybe that's what I thought the motion did, is recommend.
So legal counsel, you're saying we need another motion for,
On 6 to recommend denial, I guess.
okay. I'll make it clear from, do we have a motion to recommend denial?
On 6.
Discussion, item 6, discussion and possible recommendation of pre-annexation agreement between Torkerville City and Solara communities. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we recommend to the city council that we deny the pre-annexation. I have to read this whole thing.
No.
Um,
Okay. Do we have a second? Angela? No.
I second it.
We got a second? We'll have a vote again. All in favor?
Nay.
I
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Motion passed, that is denied. So now do we have to have 7 and 8?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a motion for denial? Do we have a motion for item number 7? Discussion and possible recommendation on the development agreement between Torkerville City and Solara Communities, LLC, RED Development LLC for the Solara project and proposed 200 acres, including 1,500 acres of residential family and multifamily. Do we have a motion?
You're making a motion for approval, but it's pointless.
I'm trying to
What
find
do you
it.
three?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find it, sorry.
That's exactly where I'm at. I'm trying to find the verse for the language.
It's,
Are we on 7?
yes.
Yeah, we're on 7.
Oh, Lord, how do we?
Help us out here, Emily. What page are those on?
That motion would be on your sheet.
The motion would be rather easy, to be a motion to recommend denial.
Yeah.
That's not a very sophisticated motion.
Okay.
I know, but I need to see the,
It's not listed.
You can read it off your agenda.
It's not.
Is it the agenda?
It's on the agenda.
This is the development agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 7.
I make a motion to deny recommendation of the Solara development agreement between Tokerville City and Solara. A proposed 200-acre development, including up to 1,500 residential units, single-family homes, townhomes, and multifamily units located on tax ID 3151-A-1-HV.
Do we have a second?
I second.
You got a second? All in favor of the motion, please indicate.
Nay.
Aye.
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 And that was all ayes? Okay.
There was one nay.
One nay and 4 ayes. Okay. Motion.
I thought you had conditions on the agreement.
Motion carries. Okay, item number 8, we have a motion to discuss the possible recommendation of an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 17, Section 4, Subsection 8, Parkersville City Code to provide that the city standard cap of nightly rental licenses will not apply to the development where this nightly rentals are specifically authorized in a development agreement. Well, I don't have to go through it because it's been denied. So do I have a motion for denial on item 8?
Like Bruce said, you could put this in code. It's not tied to Solara, it's tied to development agreements. I don't think that was
Yeah,
for general temperature, but just so you
yeah, there's
are
no,
aware.
Is that something that we could table? Is that an option on that one?
So what are you
Yeah,
saying?
why don't we table it then?
I think because it's tied to this.
I would not recommend tabling.
Yeah.
You need, in my view, you need to take action on it tonight so that the council has a full body of recommendations on these issues. And then, as Emily was just explaining, for all the reasons you maybe chose not to recommend approval on the Solara pre-annexation and development agreement, you don't have to, and those may not need to be factors you consider on whether you think a development agreement could, if run through the public hearing process, allow for some exceptions to your land rental restrictions. That's what this ordinance is. And yes, did the Solara project bring that to the fore? Yes, but is this designed to apply only to Solara? No.
We already have, code and everything in place for nightly rentals for just regular in Tokerville, right? So this does apply just to Solara.
As of today, it doesn't, but the wording, obviously, 6 and 7 spoke directly of Solara. 8 does not speak directly to Solara, and it provides that others could address the nightly rental restrictions in a development agreement, even if they're already, within the city limits, and it's not an annexation question. Just the question is, do you want to recommend approval or denial of an
Well,
ordinance?
it is because it says here, it's the number in terms of nightly rentals will be governed by the applicable development agreement, which
The
we already.
applicable one. So what I'm saying is the applicable one tonight might be Solara, but the applicable one might be different next month or the month thereafter, whatever, if there is a development agreement that comes through the same public hearing process. So this is not, by its terms, the word Solara does not appear in that ordinance, therefore it is broader than Solara.
And it still changes and increases our nightly.
It can have that effect. And
Yeah,
that's what you would consider and make a recommendation of approval or denial based upon that.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
see any reason why we expand that.
Yeah.
I mean, the only
I
reason
don't
why
either.
we would have accepted it under Solara is because it's already going to happen anyway.
That's right.
That was the only reason why we're even considering it, so I don't.
So I'll
That's why it was.
entertain a
So-
motion for item 8,
And we would read this one
Yeah.
or this one?
this one.
Wait, this one?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we deny an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 17, Section 4, Subsection H of the Tokerville City Code to provide that the city standard cap on nightly rental licenses will not apply to developments where nightly rentals are specifically authorized in a development agreement that has been approved by City Council through the required legislative process for land use regulations, Utah Code 10-20-508, 20-508, 2A3. In such cases, the number and terms of nightly rentals will be governed by the applicable development agreement.
We have a second?
I have a question, and I'm sorry I did not answer
Okay.
this earlier. asked this earlier. I'm not against having a different ordinance for a development community. I don't think it has to be exactly the same as our residential ones. But based on what we saw for the Solera one, I do think that that one is maybe excessive. Is there a way that we could say that we could, still have a different ordinance for a master development community, whoever that could come in? Like, my understanding is we don't have one for Firelight. We've never had one.
We do.
We do have one for
Yeah.
fire.
It's 6% of their total ERUs, and it requires certain amenities and things like that. So, but this could also include all those things. Maybe it would just be for 6.5% or something. It would be different, or that is specific to an MPDO. So not all developments are going to be master plan developments. Like this one is just a development agreement.
Then I would say we look at those future ones when they come.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But our code currently doesn't allow you to.
This ordinance, if you adopt it, would allow you, when those come, to
look
negotiate
at
those
it.
terms
Yeah.
at that time. It's just with Solara, the negotiated terms are, we'll give 100 of those nightly rentals. That's what they did, right?
Right.
But it's different than someone who has no entitlement to nightly rentals in the first place, coming in and saying, hey, we want a little bit of an exception for this rental community, and you can, if this ordinance were in place, you could set those terms as you negotiate that particular development agreement. But without this particular ordinance being adopted, you won't have that chance to have that discussion.
So let me ask you this, Emily. Typically, when we're working on these ordinances, we spend many meetings going through this and going through all the steps of these ordinances and stuff. This one is kind of like a first thing. We even sometimes have workshops on those ordinances and things like that. So is this, in my opinion, it's a little premature. Yeah, it fits in with what this applicant was looking at. It could cover everything. And did we go over it enough to make sure we got all the i's and t's and things like that?
It's a fairly simple adjustment. It's like, if you have a development agreement that goes through the public hearing process and has an exception to the nightly rental limitations, would you approve that ordinance to do that? And I'm just suggesting that you need to take action on this tonight so that the council can take action, whatever action they choose to take, but they'll have
Recommendation.
the recommendation on this, the table set, again, they'll be able to make a decision.
We could always bring it back up later.
Yeah.
If you think so, or crossing the Ts and dotting the Is would be, like Bruce said, a part of the development agreement. So this just allows us to consider
This
it.
is just in general, when you want the ability to negotiate that for a development agreement, you wouldn't have to approve a development agreement, you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me bring it back. We have a motion for denial. Do we have a second?
I don't know that we have a motion for denial.
I just read it.
She just read it.
You read denial?
Yeah.
And then she asked the question and then we started
interrupted
discussing
because
it.
I didn't have the clarity that I needed to.
So point of order.
And the reason I made the motion for the denial is because this area is already saturated with vacation rentals. And if we can look at it again in the future, if things change, that's.
Yeah, we can always change it later. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not like this is a
Right now,
one-time deal. We could always bring this back
Yeah.
and say,
Yeah.
hey, there's now a legitimate need in the community.
Yeah.
Would you consider this?
There are those in the community that are struggling to make a living with vacation rentals, with licensed legitimate vacation rentals that are running right now. And because of all the new hotels and new developments in the area, it's saturated. I know this from my perspective as a real estate agent. I know of developments that in the area that are selling because they're not getting enough, like the dwellings right there next to River Rock. They've been on the market. They're not getting enough bookings, and there are all these different vacation rentals in the area. They're all competing. And we've got these mom and pop vacation rentals here in Tokerville that are struggling.
I'll bring it back. Do we have a second on this motion?
I second it.
We got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Motion carries. Okay, item number 9. Discussion, thank you, folks. Thank you. Item number 9, discussion and possible recommendation on ordinance 2026-XX, a ordinance amending and restating Title 10, Chapter 19D, Section 16 of the Torkerville City Code to update and approve completion assurances requirements and clarification installation warranty obligations. Is this you, Darren?
This is kind of both essentially the attorney and Emily and myself, all the coordination between, essentially is when we've been building or doing the bonding for the different developments and things such as that, this is to bring it back into state compliance as far as the percentage, 10%. And it depends on the, whether it's a grading ordinance, a warranty bond, a surety bond, or a completion assurance bonds. So we're just mimicking state code with that. There was some recommendations by the attorneys for some better clarification of the abilities to bond and to require bonds. Just makes my job easier when I do the bonding for the different projects and clarifies it more. A lot of the blue that you're seeing there essentially is the additions of that the attorney had for greater clarification.
Terms from state code. A lot of that color is just bringing over what's in state code to make sure that our code is compliant with it.
I read through it earlier and I think it's pretty straightforward and I don't have any problem with it.
As state code changes, we won't have to change ours.
Yeah.
So
Does that bring any additional risk to the city?
No, it actually solves, in my mind, a problem. One of those was under LUDMA, that act. That's what drives all of this. And for infrastructure improvements, the idea that they should be bonded for, you typically think of streets and other infrastructure, the sidewalks, curb and gutters. But LUDMA also refers to private infrastructure improvements. Retaining walls and things that are needed to create the lot. And that can also now be required and bonded for.
Yeah.
So that you don't have a project go belly up and you have streets to be completed, but you got excavation done and slopes just hanging there, unretained. Well, no, they're gonna bond for the retention of those slopes now. And so it helps clarify, as Darren said, it makes his job easier because he can look at that and say, oh, okay, they got a bond for this, this, and this, all of those things.
Yeah. Let's make Darren's job easier. I think we should approve this. Let's just do it. Can I make a motion? Okay. I'd like to make a motion.
I must like you so much. They look quickly. This one went down.
Wait, did we have to have a public hearing for this?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
You do.
Okay.
You do. We have to need to open that up for public hearing.
That's right.
Good point.
Okay,
I'm good
sorry.
for something over here.
You're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open up a public hearing for ordinance 2026-XX, a ordinance to amend Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 1 of the Torkerville City Code to add provisions establishing a process for, no, that's the wrong one. Item 9. Ordinance 2026, ordinance amending and restating Title 10, Chapter 19D, Section 16 Torkerville City Code to update improvements, completion, assurances, requirements, and clarification, install and warranty obligations. Anybody wants to speak to this, please get up and talk to us, tell us who you are. Thank you. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I motion that we close the public hearing.
You did that in one breath?
Everybody's shaking their head out
There's a
there.
lot of discussion on that.
Somebody second it, please.
Second,
Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now,
I move to recommend approval of ordinance 2026.XX, updating requirements for completion assurance bonds and warranty obligations.
okay,
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item F, reports, Planning Commission Chair. To the Planning Commissioners. I want to thank you guys for your diligence, your hard work, and everything you do. Sitting on this board, I surely appreciate all that you do. And everything and the time you put in. To the people that live in the city of Torqueville, I want to thank them for coming in, being part of the process, coming and speaking, taking the time, reading the information, staying in tune, and watching everything that's going on. And to the staff, I want to thank the staff for all their hard work and their diligence that they work daily serving us in our community. And they don't know how much we appreciate them, and we depend on them.
Well, thank you.
So great. Planning Commissioners, do you have anything to say?
I've got prepared a 1-hour speech. I'd like to
filibuster.
Didn't you say you'd like to summarize?
It's okay. We'll just take
my feet.
Okay, Emily, you got anything to report?
I've been working hard on this meeting. I don't have a ton prepared. We've got a few developments that are on my desk that you will probably see next month, a small preliminary plat, and then hopefully some code revisions to look at. But other than that, we're just plugging away with our day to day.
Okay.
Darren?
Chairman, I'm going to defer mine till next month, my report. I actually had I've got a bunch of photos and things I want to show you, but it's going to take a little bit of time, so I don't want to, let's go.
We'll look forward to it next month.
So do we have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
We have adjourn. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.